Water Genasi? How you pronounce it again?
Genasi.
Genasi?
Yeah. Oh yeah, Genasi, yeah.
Yeah. You can cast the create or destroy water spell as a second. Alright.
And yeah, I'll also
Cool.
explain how spells work as well, because spells are a little bit funky. But
Okay.
once you look at your character sheets and like look at the classes and what they do, it'll be easier to explain it there.
Okay.
But no, we're gonna wait maybe 4 more minutes. We're gonna see if Zeno can come back. I don't know if he's just muted himself, etc. But I really want him to come back before we start.
I was here the whole time.
Oh hey, what's up?
Hi.
You weren't supposed to
Just
keep
go,
streaming this entire time.
Oh,
Damn.
I was singing.
Damn. Shake my head. SMH.
I
Damn.
was singing this whole time. My bad. What?
SMHing currently.
SM. Exactly.
You're good. You're good.
See, this is why I called Zeno a bitch.
Hey.
Let's go.
You're like, yeah.
But am I wrong though? Am I wrong? Okay.
Also, just for posterity's sake, I want to say thank you to everyone in the other people's chats for coming in and supporting your fellow VTubers. Today is going to be a good day. It's going to be a good first experience. And anyone else who wants to make a character can go ahead and follow along as well.
Mm-hmm.
I'm also on the wrong slide, so whoops.
I'll also just I'll put your Twitch link in my server.
Thank you.
No problem. Zeno. Meh. Okay.
But no, since everyone's here, we're gonna go ahead and get started. Real quick, Eclipse, are you here too?
Yesy.
Awesome.
Yesy.
Yesy, the cutie's here.
So, without further ado, we're gonna get started. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Dungeons and Dragons. Are you guys excited? Are you ready to learn how to play? No?
Yeah.
I'm like guys, please. Oh fuck, please help me.
Great.
But no, we're gonna be following along with the PowerPoint that I made, and then we're gonna spend a lot of our time just making characters from scratch, answering questions that we have, and we're even gonna do a little bit of role playing. So it's just kind of introduce you guys to some of the basic rules of the game, and even some of my homebrew rules that I've made. That is 100% enforceable because they're my rules. So,
wow.
The first thing we're going to discuss is what is D&D. So, Dungeons and Dragons is a world of magic, monsters, and wonder. Think of high fantasy. It's set in the medieval ages, and it's set to the point where gods and goddesses have created the mortal plane, which is basically Earth. There's no real planetary system that makes sense, but they call it planes. And it kind of expands outwards into more, order-like or chaotic planes, like, for example, the Feywilds, which is like Alice in Wonderland, where that's like a realm of existence that is just pure magic and pure chaos. Whereas the Shadowfell is more or less the realm of gloom and disorder. Sorry, the realm of gloom and order. So you can think of it kind of like Hades. It's a place that's dark and void of emotion. And there's going to be a lot of different places that you can explore. And depending on the campaign, you might cross into different planes of existence. So it's really cool. So you can just kind of think of Dungeons and Dragons as like a fantasy land where anything's possible. And in the campaign, it's set on a certain stage of the universe that your characters are going to be a part of. Does that make sense so far?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Now, playing Dungeons and Dragons is like being on a movie set. So it'll be my job as the Dungeon Master be like the director and the stage crew and the cameraman, where I'm pointing the camera at you guys traveling through the set, like traveling through the story. Like, for example, if I say that you guys are on a pirate ship and that you're sailing across the ocean, you can assume that there's islands and there's continents and there's cities and people and like the big bad evil guy in the background. They're all doing things, they're all living out their lives. But the story will be focused on the players. There's no like anime protagonist in that case, to where like one person is the most important person. Like the whole party is the protagonist, and they go through the story and they complete it. Which leaves me to the next part. The players are a group of actors acting out characters that move through the story. So if you think of the Avengers, each character is played by an actor. They don't really play as like Thor or Captain America or Black Widow, etc. They don't go home and do that. They pretend to be these characters and they have powers, they have different knowledge sets, etc., that they can use throughout their journey. Like for example, Tony Stark is incredibly smart. There's a lot of things that Tony Stark knows that the actor probably doesn't know. And so in Dungeons and Dragons, you might have a very smart character who knows a lot of different things, but you as the player don't really know that much. You know what I mean? You're new to D&D. You're still learning the lore, but your character knows it because maybe they're a magical researcher, maybe they're a historian, or maybe they're just that cool, or where they just read it in a book and kept it in there for the rest of their life. So, following that, we're going to go into some tips that I kind of made, and I think these are very important. So, number one is that in a campaign setting, there's always going to be an objective with the campaign, and that you guys, in your time role playing, you can go out and fun stuff, battle, train, etc. But there's always that looming goal that you should go ahead and follow. And let's go ahead and talk about that for a little bit. So go ahead and give me like a classic trope that's like a story. You know what I mean? Like a movie or a storybook story when it comes to what a character would need to do in order to complete it. Like,
Mm.
like think of a Disney movie, let's say. What does the main character need to do?
Save the maidens.
There you go. so like you can branch out, you can go into the town, you could go fight things, but like at the end of the day, you got to save the maidens. So if you're lost, always think of where the direction is of where the maidens are.
They can't be maidenless.
Exactly. Well, no, but you won't be when you save the maidens. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
And since this is a role playing game, there's a lot of things that you can do that you can't do in normal games, even in Skyrim, where there's like a world there. There's still boundaries. D&D isn't like that. The boundaries are basically what I set, and I kind of set them pretty low. Explore, talk to people, go ahead and figure out what your character wants to do, and kind of tell me that, hey, I want to go do this. I want to go like build a business, or I want to go and date this person, or I want to go and build magic items, or I want to go buy a boat and sail it. It's like, go ahead. I'm not going to prevent you guys from doing that. Just make sure that you're on topic, like on with the campaign. You always want to pick a direction that you want to go to, and you always want to try to prepare to go in that direction. So, for example, if you're traveling from one city to another city, you might want to take food with you. You might want to take camping gear with you. Like where are you going to sleep? Do you have a bedroll? Do you have like torches if the night gets dark and your character can't see in the dark? Stuff like that. I've already given you guys 200 starting gold, but there's always going to be different things for you guys to buy or have at your disposal that's going to help making those traveling conditions safer. It's also a nice suggestion to go ahead and have nighttime shifts. Have someone stay up during the night, like a good 2 to 3 hours, and then have someone else take their turn, and have someone else take their turn, because that's how you get ambushed. That's something that my players learned real quick. So, just as like a professional, you want to go ahead and make sure that you got your butt covered, because this game can throw some fastballs at you. I think I already said this, but yeah, seeking information is pretty good. And then in combat, you want to make sure that every character has a certain role that they want to have. You never want to fall below 0 HP, because there's punishments for that called system shock and lingering injuries. And honestly, as long as you guys work together, I think you will survive and you'll have a good time doing it at the same time. And also, excuse me, I'm very tired, so I hope that my explanation sounds good, but I can tell that I'm a little bit off today.
You're doing great, Frankie.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome, man.
So we're gonna go ahead and roleplay a little bit. So I'm going to set the stage. I'm gonna set you guys in front of a door, and let me give you a small explanation as to what this door is. And your goal is to open the door and walk through it. All right. So you guys can go ahead and roleplay as yourselves. You guys can tell me or ask me questions, etc. But let me describe the scene to you, okay? You see a large wooden door, about 8 feet tall and about 6 feet wide. There are no visible door handles on this door. And to the left and right of the door are 2 giant gargoyle faces, each with their mouths agape and wide open. So, who wants to go first? How do you get through this door? First, start by asking me questions. Try to look for information. And then it'll be my job as the DM to give you that information. So, who wants to go first?
I think I'll go first.
Okay.
One thing's for sure. Did you say how big they are or how tall they are?
Yes. So this door is tall. It's about an 8 foot tall door. It's about 6 feet wide.
I meant the 2 guards guarding the door.
Oh, the 2 gargoyles. Let's say they're about
Yeah,
a
gargoyles.
basketball sized. So they're like pretty big.
Pretty big, and then they have weapons.
No, they're gargoyle faces. So they're like Gothic stone gargoyle faces on the left and right side of the doors.
I'm dumb. Okay. Wait.
No, that's fine. It's a lot harder when I throw it into you guys. You know what I mean? So why don't we have someone else ask me a question? So I've clarified that the gargoyle faces are into the walls. Like they're not attached to the doors. They're in the walls to the left and right of the doorways. They're about the size of a basketball. So that's new information that I've given you guys.
All right.
Why do we care about this door?
Because your objective is to go through the door. Imagine if the maidens are behind it.
Someone had to ask.
Eclipse. Can you just not go through this door? Can we just
sit here?
this door?
I mean, in theory, that's true, but we're gonna keep going until you guys figure out a way to open this door.
All right.
Zeno, any ideas? Any questions? Or do you want me to kick you? Or use you as a distraction? Can I use Zeno as a distraction?
Turn the door.
Wait.
So what'd you say, Zeno?
Zeno.
Stop muting yourself.
No, it's fine. So how about this? If someone doesn't step up, I'm gonna go ahead and call upon someone.
Wait, I have a question.
Okay.
Is there anything like on the walls or like indented on the walls apart from the faces or in the floor?
That's a good question. So you would take some time to go ahead and search the surrounding walls and the surrounding floors, and you can see and be confident that there's no like hidden switches on the walls or the floors. So so there's nothing on there that will open this door. But there are the gargoyle statues, and then there's the door itself. So no one's
All right.
inspected the door, let's say.
Since
Can I
based
just push
on
the door?
damn it!
Oh, that's fine.
Damn!
So you're gonna push against the door, correct?
Okay,
Uh-huh.
All right.
I was gonna say.
So you push against the door, and it jiggles, and it sounds locked on the other side, and
Uh-huh.
it doesn't jiggle too much. So there's something heavy behind it. You can't really tell what it is, but you know that this
I
door is
randomly
locked.
start petting the gargoyle statues.
All
I was
right.
gonna. We could. Yeah.
So,
With
so
the
you're gonna
gargoyle
hit.
statue.
So you're gonna hit the gargoyle statues, and in this case, if this was real D&D, I would roll to see if something happens. But just because I think it's funny that you're just whacking it, I'm gonna let it happen. As you take whatever's in your hands and you hit the gargoyle statue, you see that the jaw of the one that you're hitting, let's say the right side, just suddenly starts to open a little bit and close as you whack and you hit it, and you hear something jiggle inside of the mouth of the
I stick
gargoyle.
my head in.
You're gonna stick your
Risky.
head in.
Damn Eclipse!
All right. So you stick your head in. It's very dirty in here. It hasn't really been cleaned for a little bit, but you do see that in the jaws of the gargoyle, that there are coins on the bottom of the jaw. As you kind of open the mouth and stick your head in, and you're just kind of like wiggling your head around, and nothing's really happening to the door.
Sweet, free money.
Yuck. I pull my head out.
All right. Anyone else? So now you have money that is in the jaws of the gargoyle.
I'm sorry.
Um,
I have a bad memory. Did you say that the gargoyles would stick to the walls or just
Yes.
beside the door?
They
Damn.
They are both beside each side of the door, and they're jutting out of the walls. But
Okay,
you found, like, let's say, a hinge on one of the gargoyles that are opening and closing.
I was gonna
Um,
say maybe based on the photo, we can just put out the fire so they won't see us trying to open the door or use the hinges to open the door maybe.
Okay,
Oh no.
so do you put out the fire?
Yep.
Okay, so let's say you put out the fire. The room is pitch black now, but I will say that the eyes of the gargoyles start to glow this eerie greenish glow,
Mm.
and that you see that inside of one of the gargoyle heads, you see coins there that are now glowing this eerie green glow. But the rest of the room is completely pitch black now.
I made a mistake.
all right.
Yeah.
Can we swap out the normal coins that we got from the other one?
No,
and then
so
take the
I imagine if these coins are now glowing with the absence of
oh
light.
the ones we got.
Yeah.
Oh.
So so no one's asked, so I will go ahead and give you this information, but you have 6 glowing green coins now. I know,
Huh.
it's tricky, huh?
6 glowing coins. Oh,
I
How?
sniff them.
we 6 glowing coins, pitch black room. We could probably just go around like the room to see if there's like a way for us to open the door, maybe like a secret like button or something, something like that.
Didn't we check that?
Yes,
Oh, we did.
Yeah.
Parmy
I'm
has
good.
already checked that. Yes.
Oh,
And real
okay,
quick,
never mind.
I heard Eclipse say that you wanted to smell the coins. Is that correct?
Yes.
So this is
Oh
more
my.
of a D&D question, but what are you smelling for? Because it might determine, like let's say if this was a real game, I would say, oh, so what are you trying to determine? Is it like, are you trying to smell for magic? Or are you trying to like smell if there's like poison on them or etc.? Like, what specifically are you looking for as you're smelling these
Animals
coins?
or magic. I am a druid.
Animals or magic, you're a druid. Okay. So, someone in my chat just said, "Man, this is a lot for opening a door." Yeah, that's what D&D is. Welcome to D&D. So, I'll say without rolling that you could tell that these coins have the same magical signature that the eyes of the gargoyles have. So they quote unquote smell the same. And the coins themselves, they're just regular coins. They're just like these little bronze coins, but it's more or less the magic that's on top of them. It was as if someone held onto them and enchanted them to be the source of opening this door.
Let's
So
go.
that's
I used my class for sweet progress.
so there has to be something on the door then.
Zeno
For
and
us
Primey,
to-
I want you two to go ahead and step up now. Because we had Ocean and we had Eclipse answer one question. Or sorry, ask me one question.
I asked one.
I know, but you need to do
Alright.
another one. You need to keep going.
Are there any like symbols on the door that could be like something you could put a coin in?
Yes and no. You see more or less a I forgot what it's called. Oh no. Hold on. I'm gonna Google this real quick. That's embarrassing. I forgot what it's called.
You're good. You're good. I'm gonna yell at Zeno to like stop muting himself.
Oh, okay. I remember now. So you see the door has the depictions of a scale on it, kind of like a judge's scale, where there's one side and there's another side.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I understand. Like a balance thingy?
Yes,
Or
exactly.
yeah, okay.
Yeah, kind of like if you to think of like the law. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Like when you try to like even it out and like yeah,
Yeah,
balance
exactly.
thingy. Alright, can we put 3 coins on each end or whatever?
There you go. And as you go ahead and do that, you put 3 coins on the left side, and these eyes glow from a nice green hue, and it explodes into this like bright light that shades across the entire room. As you hear the locking mechanism, wow, I'm sorry about that, clicks,
You're good.
and the door slowly opens into a nice green hallway now.
I'm just built different.
Let's go, Primey.
And there you go. Now you guys go through the door. Then you win this case. You know what I mean? Like
Let's
you did
go.
it. So
Let's go. Why
So-
was that a lot for opening a door?
That's so much work.
I
So
know.
much work.
But now imagine D&D being basically like that. So it's like a puzzle. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
There's sometimes social puzzles where you're talking to someone and they're just not giving you the information you want, or maybe you're trying to convince
Uh-oh.
them to hold on, or maybe you're trying to convince them of something. Uh, we go ahead and solve this with roles, but uh, we also do it through roleplay. You know how convincing you can be, like a good logical argument. There's also combat, things that you can do, like, oh, hey, you know, there's this monster has a bunch of eyes. Can I like stab it in the eye? Stuff like that. Or you see this case where there's a door, and yeah, it's a lot of work, but being able to solve this door was fun. You know what I mean? It doesn't have to be necessarily dangerous, but Dungeons and Dragons is about finding that kind of information and then using it to progress through the story. The one thing that I say is that if people start cheating, let's say even without half the stuff I told you, if someone just suddenly said, "Oh, hey, I'm going to take the coins from the gargoyle heads," and I had nothing to say about coins at all, I would know that you're kind of skipping ahead. You know what I mean? I would know that like something is sus. So like it's kind of like my way of knowing that if someone knows something that they shouldn't know, because the exploration of it, the discovery of all of that is what makes D&D fun. It makes it realistic because you didn't know anything about this door. You didn't know that when all the lights were turned off, you get a hint where like you get to see the coins glowing and the eyes of the gargoyles glow. And I could go through a bunch of other different things analyzing this puzzle, but this is one of the aspects of D&D, is kind of just the discovery of it.
I'm just too lazy to cheat, so
Same.
so much
True.
effort. That makes it boring.
Yeah, exactly,
Mhm.
exactly.
You already
Mhm.
know everything.
Mm-hmm.
But no, my hints for you guys will basically be for this. Open pod for information and interact with the environment, which is what you did. You went and felt the walls, you put your head through the gargoyles, mouth, you smelled the coins, and eventually you figured out that you had to put 3 of them on the other side. It's good being creative. It's good thinking about the things that you're doing. It's not about winning the game, not about lying or cheating. And it's not about like ruining the fun for other players. It's just go and be. And I am the kind of dungeon master that's going to give you that kind of environment. It'll be very fun for you guys to explore. Speaking about environments, we're going to go ahead and talk about the campaigns that I have to offer to you guys.
Whoa!
And so I know I've already kind of talked a little bit about it, but to the rest of the people in chat, or maybe to people who didn't really know, etc., you have Curse of Strahd, Tomb of Annihilation, and Descent into Avernus. And so I'm going to go ahead and give you guys a little summary of each of the campaigns. So Curse of Strahd is entering into the realm of the first vampire. So Strahd is this vampire lord that has taken ownership of somewhere called Barovia. And he takes delight in keeping the order, but also to bring in adventurers to go ahead and torture or manipulate, or just for fun, mess with them. And so it'll be the party's goal to defeat Strahd and to escape Barovia. There's also a lot of different mysteries and lore, and it's even a romance story, which I'm not going to go into too much detail about. So,
Oh boy.
yeah, like if you like good sappy love stories,
La
like
la.
ooh la la, yeah. Curse of Strahd might be your kind of campaign. It's very sandbox heavy, which means that kind of like with the door, like oh, why are we here? Like that's a very good question in Curse of Strahd. Like there's literally no direction at all besides, hey, Strahd's here, and you have to defeat him. Like that's it. You can do whatever you want here. Most likely, you're gonna die if you don't go and take your time. It's very difficult because there's certain areas that exist that you need to run away from. Like, for example, if you go to a town and you start to poke your business in with the townspeople, you'll find out that, like, if you're level 2, you might find something that's level 5 worthy. And you could get murdered for it, you know what I mean? It might sound like it's something that you guys can reasonably take on, and then going through it, you'll just get all killed. And that's kind of a theme with this. Like, there's hopelessness, there's danger everywhere. There's werewolves and vampires and leprechauns and witches and devils and all this other stuff here. And Strahd is the vampire emperor of this whole place.
Oh, goody.
So I would basically rate this more or less like an 8 out of 10 when it comes to the difficulty. But if you like information gathering, if you like taking your time and really like paying attention to like the environment and like really sinking your teeth into what this place is, it's a very fun open world. There's a lot of room for you guys to be creative here. And this is actually one of the best stories ever made. So there's that.
Mm-hmm.
Tomb of Annihilation is the next one I wanted to talk about. And this is actually one of the campaigns that I have dungeon mastered from start to finish. So one of the things that I can tell you is that it's a fantastic story. It's really, really good. I can't guarantee the other 2 stories, but at least with this, seeing it to its completion, I can tell you that I would take pride in, changing the mistakes that I made and like making sure that you guys go through this story like pretty well. You know what I mean? You're
Mhm.
stuck on an island called Schult, and it's surrounded by dinosaurs and zombies. And there's this artifact called the Soulmonger that is sucking the souls of the recent dead and is basically slowly killing this world. And it's your job to save it. So it's a very heroic tale. It's very like Lord of the Rings esque.
Joke's on him. I have no soul.
Damn, Eclipse.
Damn.
Damn.
But no, the mission of this campaign is basically to find the location of the Soulmonger and to destroy it. And in doing so, we'll release the souls of those who are being consumed for a dark ritual, and you'll save the world in that case. Everything about this story is connected, where there's no like side quests that just kind of trail off. Like every single little thing that you do here always centers you towards finding where the soulmonger is and going to destroy it. And it's very mystery like, but it's also time sensitive because the person who gives you this mission depends on you guys to destroying the soulmonger. Otherwise, they could die. So if you like to save people's lives, and if you like to be the heroic adventure of, the day, you can go ahead and take on Tomb of Annihilation. The one thing that I will say is that, like, let's say we go through that door puzzle again, but if someone were to touch the door, or if someone were to put like too much pressure on one of the gargoyle sides, imagine if it blows up. You know what I mean? Like there are traps in this place that can be quite dangerous, and so it's definitely more or less a harder campaign just because it can be dangerous to people who don't look out for certain things, especially in the final tomb, which, let's call it the Tomb of Annihilation. Like there's a dungeon there. You're eventually going to go through a dungeon, and that's one of the most dangerous dungeons in this game. But I can guarantee you that the party that I hosted this campaign with, they made it through the Tomb of Annihilation without taking any casualties. So it's possible. It's possible to go through the whole thing without dying. But this campaign can be a meat grinder to where if you're not careful, you might be making new characters here and there. But I like to say that this campaign's fantastic. This would be my personal choice if I were to pick between the three options at your disposal. And finally, we have Descent into Avernus. The holy city of El Terrell is being plunged into the river Styx of the first layer of hell at Avernus. An entire city just disappeared, is now descending into hell, where there's demons and devils like fighting each other, like Doom Guy kind of stuff. And so it's your job to go ahead and figure out why that has happened, if you can reverse it, and finally and eventually going into hell to make that happen, to save people. So it's a more simple campaign. The one thing that I will say is that it's very combat heavy. So if you guys like that kind of Doomslayer mentality, if you don't really want to veer off too much and just stay on focus, this would definitely be the campaign for you. There are multiple endings, so it's not like you're just watching a movie. Like there's still a lot of choices that you can do. But out of the other three options were like have super sandbox. This is super railroady. Like you need to go from point A to point B, like the entire campaign. And some people like that, some people don't. But that's something that we can discuss now because that's what I want you guys to do. I want you guys to pick one of these so that when you're making a character, you can say to yourself, "Oh, maybe I should do this for this setting. Maybe I should make a character that's good in like a vampire-esque way, or a devilish way, or like a jungle way, etc." So, what do you guys think about the options that I've given you so far? You have any questions, etc.? You care, not care?
Well, not care is not one of the things.
Yeah.
Your slang is poggers.
I like the first one.
Yeah, I do like that one. The curse one's is a good
Yeah.
background, yeah. Good story.
I'm
Right.
down with that too.
Alright, Zeno, what about you?
Zeno!
I'll give him the
Zeno.
second option.
Stop muting yourself.
Because I really like using puzzle headies.
Oh, that's
God, I
totally
hate
fine.
puzzles so
Oh. Can I kick you?
No, Phoenix and Oso, I'll talk to them about what campaign they want to go into, but for now, let's assume that we're making characters for Curse of Strahd, okay? And I'm going to start reading and preparing the first few stages of Curse of Strahd because, I've already done a lot of groundwork for all these campaigns, but now that I have a direction to push through, I can guarantee you that the next time we play, it'll be a good first session where you guys understand what Barovia is really like and what the expectations for that campaign are going to be. We can skip ahead like play styles and themes, but basically it's just everything that I've told you guys. Sandbox means that there's no clear direction. Railroading is going from point A to point B. I gravitate towards roleplay heavy stuff. So in Curse of Strahd, expect there to be a lot of roleplay potential. Like your choices are going to matter a lot. And let's say
I like that one.
let's say someone shit talks Strahd, he could maybe kill your whole party for it. So that's what I mean when I say consequences matter in roleplay heavy choices, stuff like that. But that's how I gravitate toward. I do something called Theater of the Mind, to where I don't really have a battle map to show you or a lot of pictures to show you, but I'll set the stage and we'll set the camera under the players and we'll go ahead and kind of breathe life into it.
If that's the case, we're all going to die because of something dumb Zeno says.
No.
That is true.
Everyone throwing shade at Zeno this day. Let's go.
Let's go.
So I actually have a small rule about that. So if there's a point where you're in a situation where if you do something wrong, a character will most likely die for it, I will tell you out loud, hey, this is a very dangerous situation. Be careful. And I'll explain to you guys what the degree of that would be. Like, for example, there's a trap and I know this trap can instantly kill people. But in a string of 10 traps, the party doesn't know when that trap's going to be. So I'll just say out loud, hey, there's an instant kill scenario here. Just be careful. And it'll be your job to basically say, oh shit, we need to be careful like in the next few hours, because if you accidentally trigger the trap, it's going to murder you. Same thing with roleplay. There was a roleplay situation where I said that to my party, and the character that a person was role playing as would have been rude anyways, and it caused 2 people to leave the campaign. They got so mad at that person because it was almost a party wipe. It was a really bad situation that happened.
Oh god.
And so trust me, I will give you ample warning if something like that's going to happen. So no big deal. Something that we can all avoid. But no, I'm going to start talking about hard rules. So how to play the game, what the game is going to be like. So before we get into the nitty-gritty details of just math, basically, is there any questions you guys want to ask me when it comes to creating a character for Curse of Strahd?
I don't think so.
Oops, sorry, Bobby.
It's fine.
Does it have to match with the story? Can it just be any character?
So for Curse of Strahd, your characters don't know they're going there. So I will say that you can create any character that you want. but just understand that as a player, expect your characters to go through this story. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So
Like, they don't know
oh, sorry, go on.
so they don't know it, but they have an idea that they're going to this place?
No, that's one of
Okay.
the weird things about Curse of Strahd. So there's a lot of different ways for a party to be introduced into the campaign of Curse of Strahd. The way that I'm running
Mhm.
it is that it just happens. So like the party's doing something else, and then suddenly, boom, the start of Curse of Strahd happens. So
Okay.
I don't want to spoil that. I want to keep it for the first session of the campaign, but just expect that you can be more free with your character choices.
Okay.
Anyone else? Because that's a fantastic question. That's a really good one. Oops.
Oh,
Oh, sorry, Primy.
Nope.
would for example, the merfolk or something, would there if it's a setting specific character, would it matter for that one?
I guess because let's say for example you go into Descent into Avernus, I bet there the water that you could swim in there in hell is probably water you don't want to touch. You know what I mean? So uh I think in Curse of Strahd the merfolk will be fine, but that's why you want to try to create the character to fit the story. You know,
Yeah.
you can have an idea as to what you want, but um let's say for example you play as like like an ASMR, which is like an angel born. Going into hell has a lot of consequences for that character. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
So you have to be careful about what type of character you're making. But I would say with your merfolk, I think you'll be fine.
Oh, I'm not gonna do that. It was just a hypothetical question, in case I change my mind.
got it, got it. I'm not gonna lie, I'm probably gonna make a merfolk later in the future because playing like a Nami character sounds really fun. But no, anyone else? Zeno, you got any questions about the story itself? Like what kind of character you might be leaning towards when it comes to the story?
May I don't know, to be honest. Probably still stick with Dragonborn. The class, I have no idea what I'm going to do.
Okay, that's totally fine. So now we're gonna start talking about character creation and rules. Okay, so a D20 is gonna be your best friend in this campaign, or in Dungeons and Dragons. A D20 is a percentile die. It's to see how accurate you are. And there's three basic rolls that I want you guys to remember. There's the to hit roll, there's the saving throw roll, and then there's the ability check roll. It all uses the same dice. So let's say for example, there's a you know what? I'm kind of leaning towards demons. So let's say there's a demon in front of you and you want to go ahead and fight it. There's some of you that'll have magic. There's some of you that's going to have bow and arrows. Some of you that's going to want to punch it. But how do you punch it, if that makes sense? What's the degree of success for that? That is what a d20 is. So you say, hey, on my turn, I want to pull back my bow and arrow and I'm going to shoot this demon. That's a 1d20 plus your hit modifier. And so I would know as a dungeon master that dexterity is used for those kinds of weapons, like a ranged weapon. So it's 1d20 plus your dex. And if you're proficient in the weapon, that's plus proficiency. And in the Discord chat, let's say we have a 2 in proficiency and a 3 in your dex. That's going to be 5, right? 2 plus 3 is 5. So you're going to type in the chat 1d20 plus 5. And we're going to see what that rolls. So I want everyone to do that right now. Roll me a 1d20 plus 5. and then I want you to tell me the result of that out loud. So I got a 23, so that's a sure hit.
I got an 8.
24. I win.
Yeah, you're a Hanzo main in the making. But no, a 24 will probably hit that demon. An 8 and a 7 probably will not hit it. A 19 will most definitely hit that demon. You don't really know what the thing you're hitting has. It's called an armor class. And so it's your job to try and discover what the enemy's armor class is. Like in my head, I could say that the armor class is 18. So if someone rolls a 19, then you hit it. But you don't really know what the AC is until you meet the armor class. My rule is that defenders will always win the tie. So if you roll to hit something and you roll an 18 against an armor class that's 18, the defender wins, which means the demon won't be damaged by your attack. Does that make sense?
Yeah, wait. Quick question.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
How do you know what the modifier to hit something is against or to do?
Well,
Like-
that's going to be based off of your stats, which is something that I'm going to explain later. So we're going to
Okay.
do all that stuff in the future, but basically, let's say you have like a 10 in strength. I know off the top of my head that's a +0, so you don't have a modifier to strength at all. Like, let's say someone's playing a really strong character. They have a 16 in strength. That's going to be a +3. And so those stats will determine what those modifiers are. And depending on what you do, you go ahead and you put those modifiers in the correct spot. Like I said, another thing I'm going to teach you later in this PowerPoint.
Okay, cool.
But no, saving throws are something that you need to defend against. So you're taking a bow and arrow and you're shooting someone. That's an attack. That's a to hit modifier. A saving modifier is you defending against something. Like, let's say, for example, this demon, it's mad that you shot it with the bow and arrow. It's going to go ahead and throw a fireball at you. You have to roll a dexterity saving throw to dodge out of the way of the fireball. And so, as I said before, it's a dex save. It's going to be another 1d20. But let's say that you're not proficient in dexterity saving throws. What do you think the modifier is going to be if you have a proficiency bonus of 2 and a dexterity bonus of 3? 1d20 plus what number? Can anyone tell me?
Uh,
5.
No, not 5. The last one you had proficiency,
Sedge.
but this one you don't have proficiency added to it. So what's your
0.
modifier? Not 0.
3?
3 is the correct answer because
Oh, sweet.
you have a dex of +3 and a proficiency of +2, which means if you're making a dexterity save, you add your dexterity to it no matter what. But you have proficiency added to it if you're proficient to it. It's going to bump your number up a little bit. So you don't have to roll it now, but if you want to go ahead, you can go ahead and roll a 1d20 plus 3, and then now you can see what the result of that is. And I think everyone in this chat and everyone that's watching these streamers know that the bigger the number, the more probability you'll have that you'll pass it. So bigger
I'm
number is
getting
better.
unlucky. I'm getting unlucky. What the fuck?
Yeah, and that'll happen a lot
I
too.
like big numbers.
Damn.
Yeah, I like big numbers. Yeah, big number go burr.
There is a chance where I might rewatch this stream again.
Me and Ocean are kind of just unlucky with dice rolls, I guess.
Yes! Oh my god.
No,
I
that's
think
totally
we keep
fun.
getting like one off each other. Yeah.
It's always like
Wow.
that. And then there's just
It
Zeno
was
just
8
like
and 7 last time.
Zeno just getting a 1-up. It's getting like a freaking 20.
Also, I'm glad.
Damn you!
I'm glad someone in my chat is calling me a professor because I like to hope that I'm a good teacher too. So if you guys want me to, if you guys want
Professor
me to slow down,
Frankie.
then let me know because I want you guys to like retain this information. I want it to be useful.
Professor Frank.
So
I'm blushing so hard right now.
So for the dice roll, for the modifier, it just depends on your character, or is it like there's like a certain number to like each action that you do?
So it is dependent on your character. So during character creation,
Okay.
the first thing we're gonna do is roll your stats, and then a lot of that will make more sense when you actually have it like in front of you, like you know what I mean. So you can say, "Oh,
Mhm.
I have a dexterity of +3," so like it'll always be a +3. So anytime you use dexterity, you're just gonna throw that +3 onto it. Just right now, we're
Okay.
kind of talking about the concept of rolling, so it might be a little bit weird. That's why I want to add more details to this later.
I am a druid.
Yeah.
Druids have intelligence and wisdom saving throws.
Uh,
Wow.
I think they're proficient in saving throws. So yes. So if someone like let's say tries to knock you unconscious, that's probably going to be a wisdom saving throw. So you roll whatever you need to roll, then you add your proficiency bonus to it. Do you see how that works? You're
Mhm.
trying to defend against someone's attack against you. You're rolling a save to save against it. Whereas your hit modifier is that you're attacking someone and you're trying to hit something. Got it, everyone?
I
Yeah.
think so, yeah.
Okay. And finally, an ability check. So instead of attacking something, let's say you're trying to do something. Like, oh, I want to do a standing backflip. That's going to be an acrobatics check. Or, oh, I want to walk up to the guards and I'm going to lie to them and say, hey, the bad guy's down this way. And you really know that it's the other way. That's called a deception check. You're going to use your charisma for it. Or you say, oh, there's this door in front of me. I don't want to like push the door open with brute force and break whatever locks on there. That's going to be an athletics check. There's different checks that you need to make, but it's all trying to be accurate in something. You're going to use a d20 to determine if you're accurate in the check that you're making. The difference being that a saving throw is how accurate you can dodge out of the way of something or whatever effect you're trying to ward away. Whereas an ability check and attack hit is you doing something. You're being proactive about it. Got it?
Yep.
And real
Yeah.
quick, if you guys need to, make sure to take notes because, like I said, there's a lot of weird stuff here. I'm trying not to swear. There's a lot of weird stuff here, so that's why I'm trying to teach you guys like the most important stuff now, so that when we get to playing D&D, I can go through a lot of all the other weird stuff like on that time. But like this stuff is pretty mandatory.
Okay.
So now we're going to talk about your capacity to do something. So outside of combat, you can really do whatever you want. There's no real time limit unless I say there's a time limit. But it's separated into 3 different actions. There's your action, bonus action, and reaction. There's also a little cheat sheet that I gave you guys in rules and links that you can go ahead and look up stuff with. But these are the 3 main actions that you need to keep in mind. With your main action, you can attack, which, like I said, is like a bow and arrow shot. An ability check, which is like, doing a standing backflip or lock picking a door. Casting a spell, which is self-explanatory. It takes an action to cast the spell, so you need to use an action to cast it. Dashing, which doubles your movement speed. Disengaging, which I'll explain later. Dodging, which makes you harder to hit. Helping someone, which makes them more successful in what they're doing. It'll give them advantage on what they're doing. Hiding, which is stealthing away, hiding away from people. And a ready action, which I'll go into more detail now. So imagine if you're in combat. And imagine that door is there, but it's already open. It's already unlocked, but you want to close the door. So you say, okay, I'm going to run towards the door. I'm going to run through the door, and I'm going to use my action to shut the door. That's called using an object. That's also an action. So you say, okay, I'm going to use my main action to shut the door. And then you just keep running, and then you can go ahead and do that. There's also certain abilities that take actions and reactions and bonus actions. But like I said, that's a little bit more complicated. But I just want to talk about a lot of the main actions that you can do. These actions take place in 6 seconds. So you can use that action to shut the door and keep running. But if you don't use your bonus action or reaction, that's still going to take place in that 6-second period of time. But these are mostly options. These are options that you can do in 6 seconds. But you only get to pick one of these options. Does it make sense so far? All the different actions that you can do as a main action?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So now I'm going to go into detail about each action because I didn't do that. So, dashing. You have a speed of 30 feet per round. You want to move double that distance. So you declare a dash action. Now you can move 60 feet. Easy? Got it?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Disengage action. Let's say there's a big enemy in front of you. The moment you leave the enemy's combat space, it's going to take a swing at you. That's called opportunity attacking. Use the disengage action to safely leave an opponent's space of combat so that you don't get swung at. Make sense?
Yes.
All right. Now, dodging is a little bit weird, so I'm going to go ahead and introduce you guys to the concept of advantage and disadvantage. So, the rolls before, when you're rolling a d20, that's called a normal roll. When I say you have advantage on a roll, you roll 2 dice instead of 1. You take the highest number. So go ahead and roll me a 2d10 plus 5. And you're going to see like a big difference between what you can do and can't do with that. Disadvantage means that you're going to roll 2 dice and you're going to take the lower number versus the higher number. So
I got 12.
advantage good.
I finally got
What-
a
what
okay
the
number.
hell?
What?
Guys, what the
So you had
hell?
30?
What the hell, Zeno?
Well, no. So like try to do the math
Oh.
on it. So he got a 14. So he really got a 19 on that. Do you see that? 14 plus 5 because his hit modifier is a plus 5. You see that right there?
Mhm.
Yeah, so this bot goes and adds that kind of stuff to it, and I can teach you a certain command that'll let you get rid of the lowest or the highest number, but really you just want to roll like a 1d20 plus 3 like twice, you know what I mean? But I'm just using this as an example. I'm just using this to make a point. So like for
Mhm.
example, Ocean, you rolled a 9. Primey, you rolled a 15. Zeno got a 19, and Eclipse got a, I can't do math. That's a 13, right? 13. So advantage, biggest number. Disadvantage, smallest number. Does that make sense so far?
Yeah.
Okay. Dodge makes it to where that every single enemy that attacks you is attacking you with disadvantage, which is good. That means that there's a lower chance of them hitting you. But if they were to use a spell, let's say like let's see. I'm trying to use a good spell, like Mind Sliver. I think that's an intelligence saving throw. That doesn't apply to intelligence saving throws. You're not going to get advantage on warding against it. It's only when they're attacking you with like a bow and arrow or like a sword. You're trying to dodge out of the way of an attack. The help action allows you to give advantage to someone else rolling something. Like, let's say Zeno goes and is trying to open the door. He's pushing against the door. He's rolling athletics and he's failing. Someone else can walk up and say, here, I'm going to help you. And both of you are going to push against the door yourself, but Zeno's the one who's going to roll. And he rolls with advantage versus both of you rolling at the same time. Does that make sense? So he's going to have a higher chance of succeeding in busting down the door with the help of someone else.
Yep.
Okay. Bonus actions.
So
Sorry, go on.
So if we're gonna help someone, like open a door, like you said, like someone helped Zeno, so Zeno and that other person has to roll a dice, or is it just Zeno?
It's just Zeno. So like it depends. Like let's say four people, four
Okay.
people are trying to open this door. In the most ideal case, you're gonna give advantage to 2 people versus having 4 people roll to see if they even bust this door down. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It just saves some time. Most likely, like
Okay.
let's say for example, like rolling perception is very important. You're gonna be rolling perception all the time. Most likely
Mhm.
you would want all 4 people to roll separately versus give someone else the help action to go see something. You know what I mean? It's like you can do both. It's just
Mhm.
the help action's a lot cleaner. But like let's say Zeno has like a plus 11 in athletics and you only have like a -1. Like you want to give him the help action versus trying
Damn
to
it!
go
I don't
ahead
want to
and
help anymore.
big strong dragon.
I like being able to help people.
Yeah, exactly. So you could go ahead and use the help action to go ahead and do that kind of stuff. Bonus actions are weird. They are special actions that you can only use if something calls upon it. Like there are spells that you can only cast as though you're casting with a bonus action. There's abilities that you can only use that have a bonus action cost to them. So just keep in mind that, like, let's say you use a main action to open the door, can't use a bonus action to lock the door. A bonus action can only be used if it specifically calls for you to use the bonus action. Got it, everyone?
Yeah.
Yep.
And then a reaction's simple. You're reacting to something. So if you react to something, you can go ahead and you use your reaction to do it. Like, for example, imagine if you're running to the door, but instead of closing the door right away, you're going to do a ready action. And your ready action is, hey, when all of my party runs through this door, I'm going to shut the door. You get to spend your reaction to do that, but now you've activated something called a ready action. So when other people are taking their turns, you're waiting to react to something that they're doing. And in the most ideal case, everyone runs through the door, and then you've used your ready action to shut the door, and you slam it, and you protect everyone doing that. So just make sure that you keep in mind that there are 3 actions that you can do. They all have different things that you can do it with them. Not necessary to remember all of it, but it's good to go ahead and hash it out now so that you guys know what you're capable of. Got it, everyone?
Yep.
Mhm.
I hope it's not too confusing. I apologize.
I'm definitely gonna
You're
have
good,
to
you're good.
rewatch stream a few times.
Yeah.
No, it's okay. It's
No, we
okay.
have to rewatch it again.
Yeah, it doesn't help. I'm also like kind of tired, so I'm like,
Yeah,
yeah,
I'm sorry.
yeah.
I'm kind of tired as well, and plus
I
it's been
feel
raining all
like
day.
there's going to be
Yeah.
a test.
Yeah. I feel like I'm studying for a final exam right now.
Well, the test is Dungeons and Dragons. It's like living, so I want you guys to live. So now we're gonna go to spells. Spells are actually pretty easy to understand. Just let me go ahead and hash it out with you. Imagine if spells are like glasses of water. You have 5 glasses of water in front of you. If you want to cast the spell, you drink a glass of water and you turn it upside down. That's kind of the concept of spells in this game. You have spell slots. When you have spell slots, you can cast spells. When you're out of spell slots, you can't cast spells anymore. So let's say you have 4 spell slots, you can cast 4 spells. Make sense so far?
Yep.
You refill those glasses of water after a long rest. And if you have a higher level spell slot, you can cast higher powered magic. So let's say, for example, you want to cast Fireball, one of the most iconic spells in Dungeons and Dragons. That's a 3rd level spell that you can cast. So if you only have 1st level spell slots, you can't cast Fireball right now. Maybe you know how to cast it, but you can't cast it. Cure Wounds, on the
I
other
have
hand.
animal friendship at level 1. I
Yeah,
cast it on the first 4 animals I see.
yeah. That's good. That's a good example.
Wait,
Yeah.
so is it only based on your levels that you get a certain ability?
Yes. So it's a nice little table that you get to see when you're looking at your character.
Okay.
So let's go ahead and use Druid as the example. Let's go to classes and then Druid. And it's loading on my screen. So a level 2 Druid has 3 1st level spell slots. So they have the ability to cast a spell, any spell, 3 times in a row. Or maybe they could do it once and then wait a little bit and then cast it again, etc. Glasses of water. You can only cast it when you have the slots for it. But you don't really need to blow everything out at the same time. It's resources. You get these back after a long rest. And that'll take about 8 hours in game. So when you're resting for the day, when you're going to sleep, it's rare to have a long rest while you're awake and traveling. Like most of the time when you're traveling, you're not really resting when you're doing that. That's also something I'm gonna explain to you in the future.
Our spells have a refractory period. Got it.
Yes, it depends on the spell. So like, for example, there are concentration spells that only last like a minute long. Cast the spell, and then for a minute you have the benefit to it. I forgot what it's called, but let me go ahead and so let me go ahead and look this up real quick. There's a spell called Bark Skin. It's a druid spell. So I'm gonna go ahead and show my stream what this is. It's a level 2 spell. It's a concentration of 1 hour, and you receive this benefit for an hour. The benefit is that your AC is 16, and you cannot have it be less than 16, regardless of what your armor class is. So, like, this is a very powerful spell if you know how to use this correctly. Because this is also a support spell that
I
you can.
get it in real life too. Can I use this game to turn into a tree?
I wish. I honestly wish you could. But that's what izakais are for. Wink. But unfortunately, no. It's only in game. So there are different things about this spell that I'll go into detail later. But what I want you to know is that since it's a second level spell, takes a second level slot to cast it. Whereas Cure Wounds is a first level spell, but you can cast it at higher levels. So Cure Wounds is a heal spell. You heal 1d8 plus your spellcasting modifier. And if you cast it at a higher level, heal an extra d8 per spell slot. So let's say you cast this at the second level. It goes from a 1d8 to a 2d8. So you can go up in scale, if that makes sense. So your lower spells can be stronger by casting them at higher spell slots, like Glasses of Water. I know that's kind of confusing right now, but kind of get a thumbs up, thumbs down. Do you guys understand that? Going
As
down.
much as I'm gonna understand it.
I'm sorry. Basically, when it comes to
My
spells,
thumb is in the middle-ish.
going
I'm
from
sorry.
down up is good. Going from up down is bad. So casting a high level spell with low level spell slots is bad. But you can go the other way. You can cast low level spells with higher spell slots.
When do we get to do the Gothic romance?
It'll be after your character's done when we do this next time, like next week. You know what I mean?
Quick
Right now,
question.
I'm just teaching you guys the rules. Also, hello,
we're allowed
how you
to
doing,
have-
man?
I know there's like some
Welcome.
characters that have like only spells and only weapons, but can you have like both at the exact same time, or will that like mess up the whole character or story thing?
No.
Or
So,
I don't know.
you can use weapons and spells at the same time. Yes. I'm gonna have to teach you how to
Okay.
do that successfully, but the answer is yes.
Yeah.
This game is highly customizable, so you don't have to be just a spellcaster. You can also use a sword and shield and
Okay.
have the ability to cast spells. So it is possible.
Okay, good. Yeah. Okay, because my character has like water abilities since I'm a genocide, and I want to use a weapon, so I was wondering if yeah. Yeah. That's all I wanna say.
That comes down to the component of the spell, which is something that we can talk about shortly, but I'm not going to go into too much detail about that. So, the three main components of a spell are the somatic, the verbal, and the material component. Waving your hands is a somatic component, so you need to have some kind of free hand to use that. Okay. A verbal command means you need to speak words, and you need to channel that into magic. And material means that you need to hold something in order to go ahead and cast that spell. There's something called a spellcasting focus, which pretty much every single caster has, that allows you to go ahead and be able to cast your spells. Like, let's say, for example, you want to dual wield swords. You wouldn't be able to cast spells that require somatic components, let's say, because you don't have an open hand anymore. But let's say you have a sword and a staff, and that staff is your spellcasting focus. Now you can have that, because now you have something called a spellcasting focus to, focus your spells on.
Okay.
But then there's also the trickery of, hey, this spell only requires verbal commands. So now you can cast it while you have two swords. Do you see how that plays in?
Yeah. It makes sense.
Yeah. And like I said, it's complicated, but depends on the spell. So you're gonna have to read.
Okay.
Reading.
Oh, wonderful. Okay, cool. Reading.
And then, of course, depending on what spell you cast, there's going to be certain areas of effects. Just take a look at the picture, just glance at it. You'll be able to see, hey, if I'm casting in a line, it's like a Kamehameha wave. Like I'm blowing it forwards and it's going to go through that whole line and hit everything in that line. If it's a cone, it's going to go wide away from me. If it's a sphere, it's a point that I can see, and then it explodes away from the point of the sphere location. So you can kind of think of areas like that. You know what I mean? Depends on the spell, like I said.
Okay.
And of course, your spell save and your spell hit depends on your modifier. Like druids. Let's go back to druids. Druids are wisdom casting casters. They're main casters. So they have a 8 plus proficiency bonus, which is 10 at level 2. And whatever your wisdom score is, that's going to make your spells stronger. They need to roll higher to defend against your spells, because your save is going to be higher. And your hit modifier is going to be higher, so that you attacking them with your hit modifier is going to be better, because you can have a higher chance of hitting them with it. Make sense? You all good so far?
Yep,
Yeah.
yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Then I already kind of explained resting, but now I'm going to go into more detail about it. So
Yep.
the way to full heal is to have a long rest. Long resting gives you everything back. Everything. All your spell slots, all of your health, all of your abilities. Everything gets back to normal after a long rest. Using a short rest might give you some abilities back. And that will be clarified in your class. So if you don't have anything that says you get your spells back after a short rest, then make sure that you're saving your spell slots so that when you do use them, you have them at your disposal. You don't want to waste all your spells in the first fight if there's going to be 3 more fights in the future. Otherwise, you're not going to have them. And of course, traveling at a group pace, I'm not going to go into too much detail about that, but here you go. Here's the miles per hour, miles per day kind of pro con against traveling fast versus traveling slow. The only thing that you really need to know, traveling fast means that you're going to be seeing less things, and traveling slow means that you're going to be more stealthy, so you can hide away from things. Got it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So now it's time to start making our characters. Yay!
Woo!
We're going to start making our
Let's
characters now.
go.
So I'm going to go ahead and join you guys
Yay.
on this process. So I already have...
Thank God.
Yeah, so I already have my skeleton sheet that's going to be right here for everyone to go see. We're going to start making our characters from start to finish. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to roll our stats. In the next slide, you're going to see what those stat modifiers are and what the scores are. You're going to take this little command right here, and you're going to copy and paste it. And you're going to put it into Discord, and that will be your stats. Also, I don't know why that happened like that. Hold on. Wait, it's making me copy and paste the picture. Hold on. I'll fix that. So I'll do it first and just copy and paste it in Discord. So what this does is that it rerolls ones and it drops one of the dice rolled, which is the normal rule into how to play D&D. This has been so much information, better than all the
Right.
YouTube videos I've seen. Really, thank you so much. You're so nice to me. Thank you. I'm like half tired as
Zeno,
well,
you've been
so
real
I'm glad that
quiet.
you're supporting me. Thank you.
He's always putting stuff on mute. He's a cat.
Yeah,
Can I
Zeno.
cut?
No,
Can I
it's
cuss
fun.
here? Can I
Yeah,
cuss in your
sure you
streams?
can.
I mean, yes, you can. That's
Okay,
fine.
yeah, he's
but
a bitch.
no.
he's a
Zeno's
bitch.
not a bitch. He's a baby
No
boy.
thoughts has
He
nothing.
is.
I'm kidding. Zeno's all right. Stop making fun of him.
That is not
Paladin.
gay. Goodbye.
Stop it.
It's my duty to bully him.
See,
We
I
have
didn't
like
even
a
do anything
chain
wrong.
of bullying in our
I didn't even do anything, man. She started it.
yeah.
But I did not. True, but still.
By the way, real quick, so I actually want chat to give me a class for me to make. So if you guys already know D&D...
Merfolk.
Oh no, a class, not a race, a class.
Oh.
So like
I'm
monk, barbarian, wizard,
Same difference.
sorcerer.
I don't know what you mean.
So someone give me a class. A paladin. Good. Good. I'm gonna be making a paladin. So I'm gonna use the stats that I just rolled, and I'm gonna put them into places where I think they're gonna go. So the highest one is 16, and I want to put that to strength. I'm gonna make this a very strong paladin. So having a 16 in strength means that I have a +3 in strength right now. Okay? Do you see that in dice roll? And I'm just going to keep going down the list. I know that paladins are good at charisma. They're charisma casters. I want that 14 to be in charisma, which I already have on my character sheet. The next two are 13, which I'll do con, which is constitution. That's going to give me my HP. And let's say wisdom. I want wisdom to be something high I'm in as well. Finally, I have 10 and 8, which is not that good. So I'm going to have average intelligence with a 10. Because my dexterity is going to be a crippled old man, apparently. So I'm going to have a -1 in dexterity. Actually, no, hold on. I want to do the opposite. I'm gonna be a little bit dumber than normal. I think that sounds funny. So let's say that like I'm a very simple person. This character is looking to be very simple but strong. So now I want everyone to roll me what that command is in chat, because we're going to be putting those stats down in there, okay? And those are going to be your character stats.
So
What?
do I basically just hold on? Do I choose whatever stats I want that are reasonable,
No.
or is it like depending on the character?
No,
race
it depends on the roll.
or class.
So hold
Okay.
on, it depends on the roll. So go ahead and roll that command first, and then whatever class you're picking, you're going to put those stats into the correct area. Also, you're correct. I originally had it as -1, but I don't know why I put it as a -2. That's my bad. That's just tired brain. And of course, to the folks at home, we're gonna go ahead and open up this little sheet right here. It's a nice picture. I'm gonna go ahead and copy paste it into the Discord channel. But this will give you kind of a TLDR as to what stats you want to put into what character you're going to be playing as. So, for example, if you're playing a Druid, you want your highest stat to be Wisdom. If you're playing as a Rogue, you want your highest stat to be Dexterity. You also probably want a high Intelligence, because Rogues are really good at finding traps. So, you want your top 2 to be Dex and Int. For me, my character is a Paladin. So I want that to be I want that to be Strength and Charisma. Did you go from Professor to Tacos? That's really funny. Yes, I did. So, how are you guys doing so far? Did you roll your command?
Yeah, I did.
Oh my god, Primey. You have such good stats. What the fuck? Oh my god.
Wait, let me do
They have an 18, 16, 16, 14, 14, and 13. That's crazy. That's crazy good, actually. Oh my god. Zeno, you also rolled pretty well as well. 17, 16, 15. That's like perfect for you. Eclipse, did you roll the command yet?
So I can choose the highest one and put it on the. So for me, I chose the class of rogue, right?
Okay, so you're gonna be a rogue as well. You want the highest two to be dexterity and wisdom.
Okay, and then how?
Before we started.
Okay,
I
nice.
am proactive.
And Ocean, how about
And
this?
how do I?
I'm gonna give you a 16 on one of those 12s, okay? Because everyone else seems to be kind of like overpowered. So go ahead and replace one of those 12s with 16, okay?
What? Sorry?
No, so the stats that you just rolled, I want you to change one of those 12s to a 16, okay? So this party's gonna have high stats. So I don't expect you guys to die anytime soon. Like you guys are stacked right now.
I'm changing my 10 to a 16 then.
Okay, wait.
Hold on. So can you type to me what your stats are? Oh, I see. Then yeah, Eclipse, go ahead and do that then. That's fine. Yeah, 15, 14, 14, 14, 13, 10. Yeah, so go ahead and do that then. That's fine.
So we don't add anything on the zero. I mean the pluses, right? We just changed. Oh wait.
Well, it depends on what your modifiers are. Okay.
Right.
I'll also copy and paste that into the Discord server. So, like, if you have a 16, that's a +3. Make sense?
Just for the 16 is a +3?
Yeah. So you're rolling your score. There's a modifier that attaches to that score. So in your character sheet, you want to write down your score and your modifier at the same time. Okay?
Okay.
So for example, in my character sheet, it's all done. So 16, 3, 10 and 0, 13 and 1, 8, -1, 13 plus 1, 14 plus 2. So this is my character.
How do we get our modifier?
I'm sorry, what'd you say? Can you repeat that?
How do we get our modifier?
Your modifiers. Okay. So no, that's on the table that's in the Discord channel. And so if you're watching my stream right now, it's this table right here. So whatever that number lands on, you get a plus whatever in that.
I'm lost.
Okay.
I'm very lost.
Okay, so tell me, what do you have a question about then? How can I help?
The entire sheet.
Okay. So for now, we are putting our stats into our character sheet.
Yeah, I did all the...
Okay, so what class are you going to play as?
The air... Ugh, I don't know how to say it. It's like Genesee or something. You said it earlier, I forgot.
Yeah, the Air Genasi. So that's a race. That's like what your character looks like.
Yeah, I keep messing those up. My bad.
No, it's fine. It's fine. So what class are you going to be?
Class.
Yes. So if you want to, go ahead and look at the options right here. If you guys want to, I can talk about the different classes. If you want me to give you guys a TLDR.
Because I was sorcerer.
Yeah, sorcerer's pretty good.
Yeah.
Sorcerers are pretty simple, but what they do well is they can manipulate magic. So that's like their whole
Yeah.
shtick. So, for example, imagine casting a fireball, but it's silent, so that no one knows that you're casting it, and it just blows up. Or you can cast spells at double the distance, or you can change the amount of damage that you deal with the fireball. Or you can say, "Hey, I want my friends to automatically pass the saving throw. I'm gonna throw the fireball in the middle of combat, where they don't even need to roll to dodge it; they just dodge it." That's what sorcerers do. They're pretty good.
Alright.
Your highest stat in that case will be charisma. So you want the
Alright.
highest number to be in the charisma slot.
Mine's like
My race had a feat of +2 for charisma. Do I add that to my dice roll as well?
Yes. So like let's say you're talking to someone. You want to and you want to convince them to like lower the price of something you're buying. That's going to be a persuasion check. That's going to be a 1d20 plus 2 because persuasion is a charisma based ability. If you're proficient in persuasion, that's different. You're going to add another plus 2 to it. That's going to be a plus 4 instead. Does that make sense? We're just basically locking in
Yeah.
what stats go where. If you want a nice little cheat sheet of what each stat does and what each ability check does, go ahead and go to the what I like to call Tomato Town. Go ahead and read that amongst yourselves. You'll be able to know what each one does. Like for example, athletics is lifting a barrel of tomatoes, whereas acrobatics is flipping over a barrel of tomatoes. Sleight of hand is taking a tomato farmer's keys from his belt. And it keeps going on and on and on. Kind of memey in that way.
okay, so I picked
I don't want to steal for a tomato farmer.
Oh, you don't have to. You don't have to.
I picked a class. So how like what do I change for the charisma thing?
So here, let me go ahead and help you with that. So what was
Alright.
your highest number?
My highest was 18.
So you want to put 18 as your charisma modifier. Sorry, as your
Do I
charisma
just-
number, as your score.
Yeah. Do I just switch the two?
Yeah, that's fine.
Alright.
Don't do it in order, if that makes sense. There's some DMs that do it in order and they should be shot. I'm kidding. But no, they're evil people. So you can mix and match whatever score you have.
I can switch the numbers around.
Yes, you can.
Oh, okay.
Yes. So like for example, if you want charisma to be your 18, then just make sure you kind of check that off in your head. Okay, now I have a 16 and a 16. Now I have a 14, 14, and a 13, etc. You want to go down the list.
Alright.
And as you're making your choices and where you're putting stuff in, I'm just going to give you a TLDR. So strength is good. It allows you to jump, run, lift things, break things, etc. This is where your melee classes are going to be. Your big, heavy, two-handing greatsword people. Want high strength if you're going to be a fighter in that case. Dexterity is a reasonably powerful stat. It's one of the most powerful stats in the game. It's for finesse, allowing you to shoot bow and arrows, allowing you to stealth, steal things from people, allowing you to go and do standing backflips. It also increases your armor class as well. You don't have any heavy armor. It's really good to have if you're looking for a stat that has good coverage of everything. Constitution is good for health. Constitution will increase your maximum health every time you level up. And if someone tries to poison you, you're good at warding away against poisons and other stuff like that. Intelligence is self-explanatory. It's your big brain. It's the amount of things that you can figure out. It's the amount of knowledge that you know. If you're good with magic, or if you want to know more about magic, there's Arcana as well, and Arcana is an intelligence-based skill check. Wisdom
Right.
is the ability to perceive the area around you. There's like perception, medicine, and insight that goes into being wise at something. And finally, charisma, which is your roleplay type of stat. Being able to talk to people, being able to intimidate them, being able to perform and
Uh-oh.
dance and sing. So you want good charisma if you are making a character who's going to be like the face of the party. Wants to go out
Mine's
and talk to people.
18 charisma. Oh god.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
So you're going to be really good at convincing people of things. Or if you want to
I
be
can do
scary,
that.
or if you want to be scary, you can like basically intimidate them and say, "Hey, back off," and they'll probably back
Got
off.
it. Got it.
And funny enough, charisma also gives you kind of like a general idea as to how good your character looks. Like if you have a 10, you kind of look like a normal person. If you're like a 20, let's say, you're like one of the most beautiful people on the planet, basically. Like
Alright.
that's what
So
charisma does.
so my character's pretty attractive. Alright.
Basically, yeah. Funny enough,
+2 as well.
in campaign books, just having a high charisma check will allow you to do certain things that other characters can't do. It's
Huh.
good looking privilege. You know what I mean?
Alright, and then what
So
would
I can have my gothic romance.
Yep, exactly. You can have
That's
your gothic
great.
romance. You have to persuade your gothic romance to go on a date with you.
Alright. What would
Thank you so much for the follow,
racial
Saibato.
feats
I appreciate
be?
it. Thank
Like, would
you.
it just be the extra stuff about it? Like
What do you mean?
it says under the race race I can't
I know it's okay.
racial feats. There you go.
Yes, so we're gonna pick your race after this, and what that does is it will increase your stats even higher. So we're just focusing on our stats right now. So yes,
Okay.
if you already have a race that you want to be, it'll bump these numbers up even more. So you'll have to change your modifiers to them.
So would it like when you go like check what the here? Let me just send it to you what I'm trying to talk about.
No, it's fine. Go ahead. Like I said, making a character takes a long time, so we're gonna be here for a while. You're gonna be stuck here with me for a while, and we could take breaks here and there too. We could talk to chat,
Yeah.
etc., as we're kind of making our characters because it takes a long time. It's gonna take a long time to do all this. Yes. So your ability score increase is that you gain a +1 in dexterity. So whatever number that you put in dexterity that's locked in, you add +1 to it. So let's say you have like a 13 in dex. That's gonna be a 14 now.
I'm kind of popping off.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. You rolled pretty good
Wow.
stats. Like any normal D&D player would be jealous of you. Like you rolled really powerful stats.
Epic. All right.
But no, does anyone have any questions about your stat modifiers right now, or can we continue on to the next step? And how the stat modifiers affect certain skills that you have.
I think I'm good.
Onwards.
Think.
Okay. So, like Primey said, we're going to go on to the next step. So I want someone in chat, or maybe someone in this call right now, give me a race to work with.
Merfolk.
Okay, we're going to go with a merfolk then, because I'm not going to lie, that sounds awesome. So, I'm gonna go to the wiki.
Fishy, fishy.
Fishy, yeah.
Blub blub.
Blub, blub, blub.
Blub 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 blub
We're gonna
blub
go down
blub.
to races, and then we're gonna go to merfolk. I'm gonna see what I get with merfolk. So I'm gonna go with a Zendrakar merfolk, and let's do the Kosai Creed because that's gonna increase my charisma score. Okay.
Mhm.
So right away, my charisma is gonna increase by +1 just by being a merfolk. A Kosai Creed is also gonna increase it by +1, and my intelligence by another 1. So that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go ahead and change that right now with my character sheet. Where's my character sheet? Right here. Okay. A charisma of +2. So it's going to go from 14 to 16. A +1 in intelligence. So he's still kind of a dumb boy. So he has a -1 to intelligence. And that I can explain through roleplay. What if I don't like tomatoes? That's fine. You can smash tomatoes then. Athletics to smash tomato. But no, for now we're just gonna focus on the ability checks. So, ability scores. So once everyone's done doing that, let me know because then we can start talking about class because that's gonna be important. How are we doing, everyone? I need people to talk to me.
I'm concentrating.
Concentrating, yes.
I think I'm ready to move on. Maybe. Probably.
Got it. So has everyone else updated their racial buffs to their abilities, to their stat modifiers? So do we have all that taken care of? Because that's important. This is a very important aspect.
You can
I think
hear
so.
repeat that. I'm sorry, I was thanking someone for following me.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
I'm
And you know what? Since we're here, I'm gonna go ahead and write down that my race is a merfolk.
I'll just rewatch the stream and I'll be fine.
I still want you to follow along as best as you can, so that way you have kind of a half character sheet. You know what I mean?
Try my best to. At least I think so.
Got it. All right, Zeno, you're good. I didn't hear you.
Zeno is more mute
Zeno.
than me.
Zeno, sorry.
Zeno.
I
God
can't.
damn it! I have my other microphone
Zeno is
turned on.
more
Yes,
mute than
yes,
me.
yes, yes, yes.
Okay, got it. All right, so now we're gonna start writing down everything about this race that we see in front of each other. So we're gonna start writing down our proficiencies and what this race gives us. Okay. We're gonna put them in certain areas in our character sheet. So the first things first is that we're gonna go to the very top. We're gonna go all the way down. So we're gonna write down our age somewhere. Okay. How old is our character? Let's say I want them to be like 21. How about that? So we're gonna go ahead and write that in looks. So age 21. Alignment. I'm gonna think about that later because I don't know if I want my character to be good or evil. Size is medium. So normally you have a medium-sized character. It's rare to have a small-sized player character, but this is also important too. So under looks, I'm gonna say size medium. That's important for things later in this campaign that I'm going to tell you about. Basically, it's just like an average person size. Like 6 feet to about 5 feet. Maybe a little bit smaller than that. A small sized creature goes from 3 feet to like 2.5 feet. You know what I mean? Like a hobbit, let's say. Or a gnome. Speed is 30. That's going to be your combat speed. So you want to write that somewhere important. So I'm going to write it all the way up here. And let's put it under race. So I'm going to say speed 30. And I'm also going to write down my ability, amphibious. I can breathe, air, and water. And then I believe I also get a movement speed as well. So swimming speed of 30. So I'm going to write that down as well. Speed 30, swim speed 30, and then amphibious, breathe, air, and water. What if I'm 6'2"? I'm not, but I like to imagine. Then you could go ahead and be 6'2" in this game. That's fine. If you're making your own Dungeons and Dragons character, you can be whatever size you want to be. It's as long as you're classified as a medium or small creature. And finally, languages. So Merfolk can read Common, Merfolk, and then one other language of my choice. So under languages, I'm going to write that down. Common, Merfolk. Now let's see. What would this character know? Let's do Aquan. Because Aquan's like basic sea creature, let's say. If you want a list of languages, I can give you a list, but TLDR, I can speak fish in 2 different dialects.
Yeah. Can you send them to me? Mine doesn't say any specific language, I don't think.
That's fine. I think languages are also
yeah, I
in
found it. Never
D&D
mind.
as well. Kind of like the D&D
Yeah, I
wiki.
found them.
There you go. No, everyone else got that? We're just writing down what's in our race right now, and we're putting it in the race category. So let's see. I wanted a Kosai Creed, so I'm going to put everything else in here as well, okay? So I gain proficiency in Sleight of Hand and Stealth. I'm going to go to my proficiencies. Here. Sleight of Hand, Stealth, can't type. There we go. And Cantrip. I know one cantrip of my choice from the Bard spell list, and Charisma is my spellcasting modifier for it. So I can take my time and look at that, but I already know most of the cantrips in my head. I'm just going to do cantrip. What's the Bard cantrip? Vicious Mockery. I definitely spelled that wrong. Vicious. There we go. Vicious Mockery is a Bard cantrip, so I don't have to look that up. I just type it in here, bada bing, bada boom. My character knows Vicious Mockery. And that's it. There's nothing else about this character that I need to write down when it comes to my race. And just in case, I'm double checking. Nope. I'm good. So that's nice. And I'm done with my race. So this part right here is over. Oops, sorry about that. Now, how we all doing on our side? Everyone.
Pretty good, I think.
Pretty good? You've written down everything from your race?
Yeah. maybe.
If I'm right, I can't use magic, right?
Well, it
Because I'm a
depends.
rogue, right? Oh,
Well, it depends on your subclass. Like an arcane trickster is someone who can use magic. So if you want a little bit of magic, you can. They also
this is
said
because I was reading the thing and it says something about like I can learn 2 language, the common and the dragon.
yeah,
What was it
draconic.
again? Draconic. It said that it's a study of language. It's like used to study a language of magic or something.
Kind of, not really.
Okay.
So like imagine spoken languages. You know what I mean? Like English, Spanish, French, etc. Like races of D&D characters have their own language, but they have something called common. Common is like the universal language. You know, it's as if Earth chose a language that no one else spoke and just made it mandatory for everyone to learn. That's what common is. So like, let's say Spanish is like, Draconic, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Only people who know Draconic can speak it. And because it's dragon types, most likely if you talk to a dragon, they're going to speak to you in Draconic. They're not going to want to speak in common.
Yep.
So make sure you just have that down on your character sheet. Everyone else, are we all good? Can we move on?
I think so, yeah.
Ocean?
Yay.
We're good.
Okay. The next thing we're going to talk about are our backgrounds. So the backgrounds will also give us more proficiencies. They're also going to give us some more abilities that we're going to be using. Specifically, a background feature. So this merfolk, okay? I'm actually going to make the decision on this one. So a merfolk. They're probably very far away from home. They have an intelligence of 9, so they're not really the smartest fish in the ocean. Now I need to pick a background of what this character is. So they're a paladin. They're a paladin, not that smart, but they're a sea creature. So what kind of background would I want with that kind of character? Let's do a marine. How about that? Let's go ahead and do a marine background. So this character is like a soldier. Specifically, a soldier that is good in the ocean. So maybe they were part of a military group. Or maybe they weren't. Maybe they were just living their life across the sea. And they're just good at like shipping, etc. So this is also going to give me a bunch of different proficiencies that I'm going to write down right now, okay? So my background is now marine.
It can be like anything too, like unrealistic.
Oh yeah, that's totally fine. Just
Alright.
like when it comes to building a character, you want everything that you're getting to make sense, you know?
Yeah.
But like out of the realm of possibility, like yes, it could be anything you want to.
And then the background feature would just be like a more in depth kind of thing of the.
Yeah, so your background feature is mostly like a roleplay feature, so it's good to use in roleplay.
Yeah. Alright.
So, just talking out loud, working on my character sheet. I have skills in athletics and survival. So this is actually a pretty good class so far. Athletics, survival. And I have land vehicles and water vehicle proficiency, which is pretty cool. Land and water vehicles. So land vehicles being like horses, carriages, etc. And water vehicles being ships. So my character actually knows how to use ships. So I can say he's maybe like a helmsman, or maybe he's like a cannoneer, etc. Like that to me, I can make that up on the spot. But I'm just writing down what he gets. Of course, with your background, you get equipment as well. And so I'm going to go ahead and put that down in my character sheet as well. So in my backpack, I'm going to write down the equipment that I get. So dagger, belonging, fallen comrade, folded rag, symbol of ship or company. I'm just going to do ship. Traveler's clothes, and a pouch containing 10 gold. So instead of 200 gold, I have 210 gold, which I'm going to put right here. I'm going to put 0 silver and 0 copper. And by the way, real quick, everyone. So 1 gold is equal to 10 silver. 1 silver is equal to 10 copper. So it's by tens. Got it?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
So if I want to be fancy, I'll just do something like this. Or instead of having 210 gold, I'm just going to have 209 gold, 9 silver, and 10 copper. Because change conversion. Currency. Stuff like that. My background feature is steady. So I'm going to go ahead and put that into my background. It's right here. Marine. Background feature. Steady. And I haven't even read this. So I can move twice the normal amount of time each day for being the subject of effect of a forced march. Huh? Hold on. Got it. Okay. So like a forced march will get you tired. I can move twice as much before I start getting tired. So like if someone's forcing me to move for 8 hours straight, other people would get tired during that time. I start getting tired at 16 hours, which is pretty good. So I'm just gonna write that down in my character sheets. Twice normal travel time during forced march to do 16 hours a day. And my second ability is I can automatically find a safe route to land a boat on shore, provided such a route exists, which is really cool. So that means that I could probably be like a helmsman, where if we're piloting a ship, I can dock it safely into an island or into a city. I'm gonna write that down. Automatically find safe routes to land a boat on shore if it exists. So that's my background feature. All right. Then let's see. There's personality traits, ideals, etc. I'm not going to worry about all this because I don't care. The suggested characteristics, I don't care either. Hardships. I think this is necessary. The hardships in your past has forged you to an unstoppable living weapon. Okay. This hardship is essential to you and is at the heart of a personal philosophy or ethos that often guides your actions. So let's see. Let's do this. You carried an injured Marine for miles to avoid capture and death. So I'm going to add that to my backstory. Hardship endured, carried, injured, Marine miles, avoid capture and death. So my character is probably mostly leaning towards the good alignment. because now this is part of my backstory. This is something that my character has done. So I'm thinking like maybe during my time out in the middle of sea, my character had the ship like blown up, let's say, by an enemy force. And he, with his swim speed, carried someone to safety on an island. And he had to go ahead and figure out how to get to civilization from that island's shore, even though enemies were chasing him. So this is like, not a military man, but let's say a man who's been through a lot. So he's a very simple man. So now I'm starting to shape my character around my backstory. Just based off of what he looks like and what he's gone through. So I already have a character idea in mind. So I want you guys to kind of think like this as well. Just kind of poke ideas into what you're seeing right now. As to why you would have these abilities. Why would you have your background feature? Like, give a reason to it. Are we good so far, everyone?
Yeah. I'm still working on it, but yeah.
No, it's okay. Any questions? Pros, cons so far? Do you think this is cool? You guys having a fun time?
It's confusing.
Well, thank you for being honest.
Yeah.
How about you, Zeno? What are you thinking about?
A lot of information for this little brain.
Are you doing okay?
You know, a little bit in pain.
Poor Zeno.
But, you know, I got it.
You got it? Okay, cool. As long as you guys are following along with like the background stuff, like that's fine with me. The next time we do D&D, I'll probably touch up on some details of your character sheet, and then we can like start the role play, which is Curse of Strahd. But no, Ocean, Eclipse, you two are good to go into the next part.
Yeah. I'm good.
Okay. So the next part is going to your class now. So now we're going to go back to our class, and now we're going to start filling out our class in detail. So as of now, we have our race and our background fully ready in our character sheet. Now we're going to start to go into detail about what our class is and what we can do with that class. Let me go ahead and bring up Paladin now. And to be clear, we always start off at level 1. I know I said you guys are at level 2, but you always want to make a level 1 character first and then build up to level 2, okay?
Alright.
Where's my character sheet? There it is. Okay. So now we're going to go from the top of the character sheet down, and we're going to start to read what the level 1 abilities are, what they give us. So, hit points. At the first level, I gain 10 plus my Constitution modifier. So that should be easy. My con is a +1. Therefore, my health is 10 plus 1, which is 11. So now I have hit points. That means I can die now. Ooh, I'm spooky. I can die now. And then when I level up, I gain a d10 plus my Constitution modifier per level. Since I'm level 2, I'm going to type that in my little dice roller. 1d10 plus 1. Which is a 4. I rolled pretty garbage on that.
By the way. Oso's here. Just wanted to point that out.
Hey, Oso, welcome. Whoa.
Hello.
You're a bit late, but
No, it's
very
fine.
much so. Not intentional at all.
No, it's fine. It's
Well,
fine.
look who's here. I'm just kidding. Welcome,
Oh my
Oso.
god. Oh no.
So
no,
now-
please don't punish me.
So now, if you want to try to make your character sheet, we're basically halfway done right now. But if you hurry and if you kind of like move along with us, I can get you
Yeah.
through some of the more important stuff. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So I gave the party a PowerPoint. I also gave you a website called D&D Wiki. So go ahead and use those two things and just kind of follow along with what we're doing right now, okay?
Yep, will do.
Take your time.
Yeah, no, it's going to be a long haul. We're going to be here for a few, okay?
Yeah, sounds good.
So I'm making my character a merfolk paladin, and his background is a mariner. And so far, I've done the race and the background. Now we're going to do the class. So continuing on where I left off, I'm going to go ahead and add my +5, which is now 15. I'm sorry, I'm going to add my +4, which is now 15. Because 11 plus 4 is 15. Math, unga bunga. Now we're going to go to proficiencies. So with armor, I'm proficient in all armor and shields. So I write that down in my proficiencies. All armor, shields. And then all weapons, meaning simple and martial weapons. Simple and martial weapons. Basically, Paladin is an Unga Bunga man. He is an off-caster, but he can wear heavy armor and wield like a greatsword and beat people with it. So he's supposed to have all these really cool stuff right here. Tools, no tools. Saving throws, wisdom and charisma. I'm gonna write that down. Wisdom, charisma. And now I pick 2 skills. Athletics, insight, intimidation, medicine, persuasion, and religion. I will do persuasion, and let's do intimidation. Because I'm a charisma character, persuasion and intimidation are charisma skills. I didn't really get any of those. So I need to be able to do charisma things well. So I'm going to go ahead and write those down as my 2 skills, okay? Equipment. These are my free items that I get in my equipment. So I'm going to write that down. I'm going to put that into my gear and backpack, okay? So a martial weapon and a shield, or 2 martial weapons. I kind of want to give him a sword and shield. So I don't really need to look that up. But I'm going to do a longsword and shield. If I wanted to, I could do a greatsword, but I think longsword and shield is pretty good for a strength character, okay? 5 javelins, or any simple weapon. I'm just going to keep it simple, do 5 javelins. Javelins. I'll say 5 out of 5. A priest pack or an explorer's pack. I'm going to write down priest's pack. No, explorer's pack. My character is a marine, so I'm going to go ahead and make him an explorer. Put it under backpack. And then finally, I get chainmail and a holy symbol. Chainmail, holy symbol. The holy symbol is actually a spellcasting focus, so that's important. So make sure that whatever starting equipment that you're given is equipment that you put on your character. And for now, we're going to go ahead and pause. And we're going to see how other people are doing. So everyone else, are you okay with me so far? We're just writing down free equipment and proficiencies. And we're just adding them to our character. Any questions so far? Any concerns? Or are we all on the same page so far?
I think I'm good.
Doing okay.
Yes.
Hmm. kind of lost.
No, it's fine. I mean, go to your class, scroll down,
Mhm.
and from the very top of class features, just start to
Yeah.
record everything that that you're seeing.
Every single thing.
I mean, yeah, it's all important. You don't
And
have
then put it in class features. Or
no. So like your proficiencies, you want to put them in your proficiencies, which is all the stuff that you've been recording so far. So like all the stuff you've gained from your race.
Oh, okay.
There you go. So from your race and from your background.
All right.
It's because I'm a fish boy. I get fish stuff. like stealth and sleight of hand. I don't know why I'm a sneaky fish, but apparently I am. But no, so hit points is important because that determines how much health you have. Then your proficiencies is important because this is the majority of what you're getting as what you're proficient to. So your proficiencies should now look like this. Right here. And tell me, everyone, do you have questions or concerns, or are you with me so far? Because I'm not going to go into class features just yet. Okay.
Yeah, I think I'm good.
All right. Ocean, you good? Zeno?
Yes, sir. Yeah. Okay.
No, you're good. All right, Eclipse.
Smile.
Smile.
It's catchphrase. That's my catchphrase. It's just saying catchphrase.
Okay, so for skills, it says choose two from, and then it gives me a list.
So you choose two from the list.
Okay.
And then if you want to go back to what they do in the PowerPoint. If you want some suggestions, I always suggest proficiency. Sorry, perception.
Yeah. Yeah.
Perception's always a good one to have. You want stuff like stealth and insight. That's pretty good to have too. Persuasion, deception, intimidation is always good for role playing. Arcana is great if you want to be like a magical person. You want to know everything about magic. Having Arcana is necessary to have. Everything else is just kind of like optional. Like really depends on what your character has so far.
All right, I got all the proficiencies down.
Okay. How about everyone else? Ocean, how about you? Doing okay? Ocean.
Ocean.
Ocean man.
Wait, huh?
Are you good?
I'm good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you
No.
sure?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. And then what about you, Oso?
Low.
I picked the class.
No, that's fine. That's fine. So, worst case, I'll go ahead and put you and Phoenix through the same thing that we're doing, and we can do it like off stream, so we can kind of speed run it. You know what I mean? I have to use a lot of visuals for this, as other people are watching. So, but no, we're gonna go ahead and continue now. So now we're gonna go into our class features. So writing down your class features is important because there's certain rules that you need to understand about your class. Sometimes you can do things as an action or a bonus action or a reaction. And sometimes you can just do it. It's things that you can just do any moment in time you want to do it, but there's a limit. We call this resources. So for example, my divine sense, I'm not going to tell you what it does, but at the very bottom it says that I can use this equal to 1 plus charisma modifier number of times. You want to make sure that everything that you write down, you want to make sure that this is included in there. You want to make sure that you have a limit to what you can do. So I'm not going to talk about specifics. If you guys want to ask me specifically about something, I'll answer it. But just go ahead and take your time and read through what your abilities do and ask me questions about what they do. And I'm going to silently go ahead and write down Divine Sense and Lay on Hands. Because right now we're making a level 1 character and we're leveling up to level 2. So this is kind of like a good practice, okay? And if you're confused about something, then let me know.
Okay, so what am I making class features? Like, what am I putting there?
So you're doing every feature you see that is connected to your level. So you're level 2.
Mm-hmm.
So write down all the level 1 features first.
Mm-hmm.
So for me,
Okay.
it's Divine Sense and Lay on Hands. If you scroll up, you'll be able to see that little chart. You'll be able to see what you get at level 1.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
So yeah, just read and then record it. And since no one's talking, I'm just gonna passively talk about my thing.
Wait, am
which
I
is
doing
fine.
only the first one or the second one too?
You're going to do the second one, but we're gonna focus on the first one first because there's
All right.
subclasses that people have access to now that we're not gonna skip over. Like, you know what I mean? I have to talk about what a subclass is.
Mm-hmm.
So just do level 1 for now.
All right.
I have to wait until level 2 to decide on a druid circle.
Yes, exactly. But since you're already level 2, if you're already done and you're waiting on other people, just go ahead and skim through what the other druid circles do. Because this is like, so like it's like in a video game, if you have like a class, this is what you're specializing in. So your subclass is a lot more important than your class is, because it allows you to be more spec'd into a certain category. Like if you want to go healer, you probably want to go Circle of the Shepherd. If you want to go and be like a shapeshifter, you can go Circle of the Moon, etc. So reading through those subclasses is important. But since I'm
Wait, why
here,
don't I start a level 1?
because at level 1, everyone is extremely weak.
Mm-hmm.
And so I don't want you to make this character and then just suddenly get one shot by something. So
I am weak. I am small.
yeah. So I always like to start my party off at either level 2 or level 3. And since since this is a 6-person party, I want them to start off at level 2 because having them off at level 3 is a little bit too strong for 6 people.
Yeah.
But I can guarantee
Okay.
you, starting at level 1 is really bad. Because like, let's say I do 1d8 plus 2 damage to you. How much health do you have at level 1? It's like, oh, I'm dead. or it's like, oh, I'm gonna get system shocked. Whoops. Okay, now I'm dead. So it gives you a little bit of buffer of like just not getting completely destroyed. There's still a possibility. At level 2, you are still very weak and small as you say, but at level 2 you have a lot cooler stuff and you're gonna be a little bit healthier.
I need to find a wolf so I can become a wolf girl.
Funny enough, you can do that in your background. So druids already have like a list of beasts that they can turn into. So if you say that you live like near a forest or that you've communed with the forest, then you can already turn into a wolf. Do you see how that works?
Yeah.
And by the way, if it says something like use this feature equal to 1 plus charisma amount of times, just you don't have to do the mental math, just do it now. So like my charisma is a
I
plus
don't
3.
think I've seen any wolves though. I don't know if there are ether wolves.
Well, your character has. See what I mean? If
Oh,
your character is a
okay.
druid, if your character is a druid, then your character probably knows a lot about animals and have seen a lot of animals. So you could reasonably say, "Hey, it would make sense that my character has seen a wolf before, so I can transform into one with my shapeshifting." Then there it is. Like you already have the condition for it. Like for example, my character has probably seen a lot of fishes. So if I was a druid, it would be a little bit harder for me to say like, I want to turn into a velociraptor. You know what I mean? Like, oh, well, if I wanted to turn into an octopus, like, yeah, my character has probably seen an octopus before. I'm a
That
merfolk.
makes sense.
Yeah, exactly. It's like I'm a merfolk. I'm a marine, so I've lived my life on the sea. But like, a velociraptor is a little bit of a stretch, so I'd probably say no. Like, you can't turn into a velociraptor.
I am going to know how to turn into an ether wolf then.
There you go.
Okay, I think I'm actually
Oh.
caught up for once.
That's fine.
I'm actually doing things correctly.
Oops, I misspelled poison. My bad.
What is the difference between a spell and a ritual?
So you can ritually cast spells if they have the ritual tag. So a spell is instantly cast unless it has a casting time. So if there's a casting time of 1 hour, you need to spend 1 hour casting that spell. A ritual spell is a special kind of spell to where you can choose to add 10 minutes of extra casting time to the spell. But if you do that, you get to cast the spell for free without spending a spell slot for it. Like, for example, Comprehend Languages. Comprehend Languages is a ritual spell where if you ritually cast it, you can cast it for free. And it allows you to, if you guessed it, comprehend all languages. You can understand all spoken languages that are being said to you. And you can have that effect for 1 hour. So you can normally cast it as an
1 hour
action.
in real life. What
Uh,
the heck?
Yeah, exactly. So imagine if you had that power in IRL. That'd be really cool. You wouldn't be able to speak the language, but you can understand all spoken languages as if you were fluent. That includes like secret languages as well, or like languages that like only 3 people in the world know. You know what I mean? So DD has a lot of really cool stuff. And trust me, it's definitely
I can do that with my speech to text. Technically.
Yeah, technically, yeah. That's true. That's very true. By the way, the number one thing that you want to record when you're a spellcaster are these two things. The spellcasting DC and the spellcasting hit modifier. You want to make sure that you know exactly what that number is whenever you're casting a spell, because it'll be important. I think you guys have already done that, but just saying it out loud again, make sure that's the case, okay? Alright, does everyone have their level 1 abilities?
I don't have them on the page, but I know what they are.
Yeah, that's fine.
I have mine.
Okay. Everyone else, we all good?
Wait, level 1?
Brain is dead.
Yeah,
Honestly,
so
same.
if you skipped ahead and you've done your level 2, that's fine. But what I want you to do is look at what you get at level 2 at the very top of the character sheet, okay? So that's what we're going to be focusing on. So
Yeah, my character doesn't... Oh, sorry.
no, it's fine. It's fine. Go ahead.
My character does not have anything. It just goes straight to level 2.
Yeah, so you get everything at level 1, and then you get more stuff at level 2. So you just have to keep that in mind. So for example, my Paladin gets all of this at level 2. So my proficiency bonus doesn't change. So I don't have to change anything with proficiency. I get fighting style, spell casting, and divine smite. And I get 2 spell slots at the first level. So when you're a caster, this is super important, because there's going to be certain benchmarks that you'll be able to see, like, oh hey, at the 5th level, I finally get 2nd level spells. You can't learn 2nd level spells until you have the spell slots for them. There's going to be other classes that have additional buffs too, like for example, I know one class has like expertise, and you get another thing of expertise at a later level. So you have to come back and see, oh hey, this is now when I get my 2nd expertise. It's going to be at like level 8 or something. Like you'll be able to see it right in there, okay? So it's important to know what you have at level 1, and then go to level 2 to understand what you can possibly get. Now I want to focus a little bit on Eclipse, because Eclipse is one of the few people who get their subclass at level 2. Okay? So a subclass, as I've said before, is a specialization, and this will give you additional benefits as you level up. Okay? So we're going to go ahead and take a look at the Druid for now. Now, when it comes to your Druid circle, you have a lot of options. As long as you don't choose Unearthed Arcana, you can pick any of those options that you want to. So, Eclipse, which Druid circle did you pick as your subclass?
Stars.
Okay. So you're going to be a Circle of the Stars Druid. So when you go into Circle of the Stars...
Because I am a star.
Hashtag idol. When you go into a Circle of the Stars, you now have your new abilities. So now you want to record everything that you get at level 2, which is where you get your abilities from. So you're going to go back to this from time to time, as well as your main class, and check to see if there's anything that you get at that level. You can quickly determine whether or not you need to look at your subclass or your primary class, because it'll show you right here. It'll say Druid Circle, and then somewhere it'll say Druid Circle feature. Do you see that, everyone? So Eclipse will get their next ability at level 6. So you want to make sure that you understand that you don't get everything from your subclass, only getting some of the things from your subclass. And it's like your normal class, but better, because you're specializing into something specific. Is that understood, everyone? You guys get that? Hello?
Yeah, I
Ocean
think I
Xena?
understand.
Still here.
Yes, you understand?
Meow.
Kinda.
Meow. All right. So now what I want everyone to do is to go from level 1 to level 2. This includes getting more HP, getting more things to do, having more abilities. To make sure that you're going through and you're just being a little bit methodical about it. Just reading and you're seeing what you can do and you're picking something that you can do if there's an option to do that. So for example, I get something called the fighting style. And I want to go ahead and make sure that my fighting style fits my character. As long as it's not UA.
Sorry, my mom called.
Now you're good.
Where are we?
Hi, Ocean Mom.
Hi, Ocean Mom.
Wait, where are we?
We're at level 2 now. So now we're going through and we're doing our level 2 abilities.
Okay.
And I just kind of explained that, like, once you get your subclass, you need to go ahead and look at your subclass and your main class from time to time to make sure that whenever you level up, you get the benefits of what you're really supposed to get. Make sense?
Yep.
So, for example, I'm going to go ahead and do a little bit of a quiz to all of you, okay? So, I want everyone to tell me what your class's hit die is. Like, how much health do you start off at? And then what's your hit die?
For class?
Yep, for your class.
Okay, give me a second. I was looking at the spell list.
Okay.
So I'm going to tell you mine first, okay? Just to kind of give you a guideline. So a Paladin has a D10 hit die, which means that at level 1, I have 10 plus my Constitution modifier health. I have a Con mod of 1, which means I have 11 hit points at level 1. So that's the answer that I'm looking for, okay? I want you to tell me your...
1d8 per druid level for me.
Okay. So what's your Constitution modifier?
2.
So now that's going to be 10. You should be at 10 HP at level 1, is that correct?
Sure.
All right. So
Hold on, what am I
make
looking
sure you write that down. Now Eclipse, I want you to roll me a 1d8 plus 2 because now you've leveled up and you're gaining more maximum health for it. And now I want you to tell me how much health you're gaining and what your current HP is now at level 2.
I rolled a 7.
Okay. So how much health do you currently have now?
Nine.
No. So at level 1, how much health do you have?
Oh.
I think you understand now. So you're adding this to your health because you're getting more of it. So what's your health at level 1?
I
Oh,
don't even know
wait.
where I'm looking at.
There you go. I think the light bulb just kicked in.
I don't even know where I'm looking at.
I don't know what I'm looking for.
Yeah, me neither.
Is at the very
Yeah.
top of your character sheet. Hit points. Hit dice.
10.
Okay, so 10. That's at level 1. You just rolled the 7. So how much maximum HP do you have now? At level 2.
17.
There you go. So make sure you're properly writing down that you're getting
Okay.
maximum HP per level. Because you're gonna find out like later in the game when something swings at you for like 32 damage. And if you don't do this correctly, you're gonna get instantly killed. Super important. Very, very important. So let's go with you, Primey. Let's go ahead and use you as the next example. So,
Okay, what am I doing?
alright. So look at your hit points. What's your hit points
Uh-huh.
at level 1?
Where am I looking for that? Oh, wait. Never mind. At first level, 6 plus your Constitution modifier.
So how much health do you have at level 1?
Hold on, give me a second. Oh no. Okay. 4.
Is it a +4 or a like what do you mean?
Minus.
It's a -2 to your Constitution?
Yeah. Wait. It says 6
Yeah.
plus your Constitution modifier.
Yes.
So it'd be 4.
No, you have pretty good stats. That's not correct. So hold on. What is your Constitution score on your character sheet? So like that.
Oh, 16.
Okay, so that's a +3. So you don't have so you don't have a -2 to the Constitution. You have a +3 to Constitution.
Okay, then that's 19. Wait.
No, it's a modifier.
You're hurting my brain. Ah.
Yeah, so that's So now we're kind of backtracking a little bit. So no,
Oh.
do you see the table where you have your score and your score gives you a modifier?
Score. Yeah. So, is it 6? Oh, okay.
There you go. Okay, so you start off with 6. You have a +3 to Constitution, correct?
It's a 9.
There you go. Okay.
Let's go.
All right. Basic math. Let's go. Basic math. Let's go.
Woo!
All right. So now what I want you to do is roll me a 1d6 plus 3. Because now you have your hit die. So you're gaining more HP right now.
Ouch.
So yeah, so now you're gonna get 4 HP. So add that to your 9, and what do you have now?
13.
There you go. So now you have 13 HP. Like I said, every
That's
time.
kind of depressing.
well, no, you're a caster, and I'm like a tank class, and I have 15 HP.
Yeah, that's probably not good.
Yeah, not really, but you have overpowered stats, and I don't.
Yeah, I'm kind of built different.
But no, leveling up your HP like this is important because, like I said, most enemies late game will swing at you a lot harder. So if you mess this up during level up, you're gonna feel it. You're really gonna feel it. And we're gonna be at like level 6, and no one's gonna know why you're dying so much. It's because you're not leveling up your HP. I'm trying to teach you guys this early. So we're gonna do you, Zeno. So how much health do you have at level 1?
Always level up HP. Got it.
Zeno.
Zeno!
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 Poor Zeno.
Not poor Zeno.
No. Jesus. Yo, buddy, you good there, buddy?
Zeno, you're muted.
All right, we're gonna
Makes me
go.
wanna kick your ass.
We're gonna go to Ocean then, okay?
Ah, fuck.
All right, so what's your HP at level 1?
Lol.
I had to be honest with you. Yeah, if I had to be honest with you, Frankie,
Mhm.
I zoned out most of the time. So
All right, so I at least want you to write that.
Yeah.
I at least want you to write down your hit points, because that's literally the defining character of whether or not you live or die. So it's important to know how much health you have. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and do that right now. Okay, so I want you to
Yes.
look for your level 1 hit points. So what's your hit die? It should be at the top of your
My hit
character
die?
sheet.
So
if you're looking on Wiki.dot, it's directly underneath the graph. Sorry, the column, the table. That's the word. I'm tired as well. Directly underneath the table, and it
like
says
all the way down to the bottom.
it's at the bottom of the table, so it's near the top of the page.
Wait, what table?
Oh my god!
Wait, where all the stuff was listed?
Alright, Rogue.
Shin.
Exactly.
Are you on the Rogue page?
Exactly. Yes, I'm on the rogue page. Oh, I click on the rogue. Oh,
There you go. Okay, so I want you to scroll down to
sweet.
the bottom of the table.
Okay.
Class features, hit points. Do you
Okay.
see that?
Okay, 1d8 per rogue level. So
Okay.
level,
So we're gonna go ahead and do this one at a time. What's your Constitution modifier?
Constitution modifier, A+.
It's a number.
A+ to my Wait, 5. Wait. Wait. Now hold on. I have hit points at first level, which is A+, Constitution modifier. Then I have the hit points at higher levels, 1d8 or 5.
Okay,
Plus-
so what's your Constitution modifier?
8.
Okay, is it a +8? Because that's not correct.
It-
So
It's an 8+.
Okay, hold on. What's your Constitution score?
Constitution score.
Yeah. What's your Constitution score?
Um,
So it should be that.
I don't see what my
So it's one of the first things we did. So it's the stat block that's here on your character sheet. What's your Constitution score?
I have I don't see the score. I only see his Constitution modifier.
On your character sheet?
Yeah. The
Okay.
class features, right? Hit points.
No. Okay,
Oops.
I'm
Oh, no.
definitely gonna have to help you because oh no, that's not good. That's very yabai. So the stats that you rolled about an hour ago, you had a bunch of like 12s and 14s, etc. You were supposed to put those into your stats, right? So you didn't do that?
By stats, you mean health through proficiency bonus, right?
Kind of. When I mean health, I mean constitution modifier. But I'm going backwards to just rolling your base stats.
Right.
And this is why I said I was gonna rewatch this again.
Okay, so that's not good then. Okay, so we can go ahead and skip you for now, but like just keep in mental note that like your HP is super important. You want to make sure you have that's like locked in, okay?
Okay.
So I saw that you rolled your stats. That's good. Do you have your character?
Yeah.
Do you have your class?
Okay. I'm afraid to mess
It's
up.
your turn. It's your turn.
Oh no.
Here we go.
Okay, so by class, I'm assuming slide 22 or the one that you sent in the messages, and I decided Paladin.
Okay, so you're actually making the same class that I'm making, okay? So
okay.
Did you go to wiki.com?
Oh, that's the wrong one. I just had it open.
Alright, so
okay.
So what's your constitution modifier?
Don't
hyperventilate on me, it's okay.
Okay.
I have this. Okay, I have the site open, but I don't know where to find
the same shirt to school.
Detention. I'm kidding now. All right, so let's start out with your Constitution score. So what's your score right now? It's one of the numbers that you rolled.
Okay.
And you also rolled pretty good numbers as well. Like 18 is the highest that you could possibly get, and you have 1 in 18, so... Okay, so
you're at the... Frankie, all I see is numbers.
okay, so you're at around the same level as Ocean then. So you need to make sure that those numbers get put into strength, dexterity, constitution, intelligence, wisdom, charisma.
Okay. See, I put them in the other one. Okay.
Yeah. So then those numbers have modifiers, which you go to the general chat. You say, oh, you have an 18, and you want to put an 18 in charisma? Now you have a plus 4 in charisma.
That means I have a constitution of 18.
It doesn't need to be in order, but if you want to have a con of 18, you can.
Okay.
So you can mix and match.
See, now things are starting to make a little bit more sense.
Got it. Alright, what about you, Zeno? Are you there?
Very lost, very confused.
Okay, so what's your constitution score? So what's the number that you
13, put? 13 plus 1.
They're very good. Okay. So you have a con of plus 1. What's your hit die?
Nice.
None. Don't know.
Okay, so what class are you?
Rogue.
So you should have a hit die of 1d8. So if you look at the very bottom of the giant table at the very top of the screen, you're going to see hit points as one of your first class features. Your hit die should be a d8, is that correct?
Oh.
By the way, I'm gonna help you with this. Yes, yes. The answer is yes. All right, so
Indeed.
So, how much HP do you have at level 1? If you have a hit die of 1d8, and you have a +1 as your modifier. Professor Frank, I think everyone's brain is fried by now. Too bad. We're gonna keep going.
No idea.
All right. Do you see hit points at first level?
Uh-huh.
All right. What's a +1?
9.
There you go. So you have 9 hit points at the first level. So make sure to write that down on your character sheet.
Uh-huh.
Now, you have a d8 +1 as your hit die. So go ahead and roll that. Roll it into the dice roll. So 1d8 +1.
Uh, 1d8.
Okay, I got my stats in order.
There you go. Nice.
Plus what again? 1?
Yeah, +1, which is your Constitution modifier. You did plus exclamation point.
Oh shit.
You good, you good.
Let's go.
Alright, so now go ahead and add that to your maximum health. So what's your health at level 2 now?
Wait, what? 10? 11? 10? Wait.
No.
No, it's 3. What did I say at first? 9.
9 plus 3.
21, not 13. No, wait, yeah. 13.
It's 12. 12.
It's 12, wait. 3. Oh, yeah.
9 plus 3 is 12. Oh god.
Good.
Oh no.
Oh, it is. Oh, yeah. I'm dumb. Okay, yeah. I can't
Nice
count.
one.
I can't do math.
It's
You be
okay.
quiet.
It's okay. It's okay. Dungeons and Dragons is a lot of like small math. There's a lot of quick maths, okay? So it's good to practice this, all right? So now record that as your new current health.
Oh, that was a health. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, wait a minute. Did I just delete my HP? Oh, whoops. Hold on. I don't know how I did that. Okay. So now so now that you have your stats in order, what's your constitution modifier?
16.
All right. So now so no, that's your score. So what does 16 equal as your modifier?
That would be +3.
There you go. So make sure to put that next to 16, okay? So now,
Okay.
how much maximum HP do you have at level 1? So
At level 1.
yes, so we're gonna take it step by step. What is
Mhm.
your hit die? As a
You
paladin.
lost me.
Okay. All right, so go to paladin at the very
Mhm.
top of the page, underneath that huge table. It says class features, hit points. Make sure you read that.
Oh, in the Discord.
No, in the wiki doc.
In the PowerPoint? Oh. Okay.
Because you're looking at paladin in the wiki doc.
Okay, you said on the Wikidot, and I just scroll down to Paladin?
Yeah, then click paladin.
Okay.
So now you have a huge
Okay,
table.
okay. Yep.
And I'll scroll down to the very bottom of the huge table. Then it says class features.
Yep.
Hit points. What's your hit points at level 1?
At first level is 10 plus your Constitution modifier, so it'd be 13.
There you go. So make sure you write that down as your level 1 hit points, okay? So now we're
it's already there, okay.
So now we're gonna level you up to level 2. So what's your hit point die? Or your hit die?
1d10
So you're gonna
per
roll
Paladin level.
There you go. So you're gonna roll 1d10 plus 3.
Okay.
And then I want you to roll that into the dice roller. And then that number, you're going to add it to your Paladin.
I hope I'm doing this right.
Yep, there you go. So 5 plus 13.
Quick math.
Quick math.
18.
There you go. So now you have a total of 18 hit points. There you go.
Okay.
So the reason why I painstakingly did this is because this kind of stuff is going to be necessary for you to basically live. And I don't want your characters to die because of something like this. You know what I mean? Like, it's good to be very methodical about how much hit points you have and about what your character can and can't do. Because, dying is not good. It's not fun for anyone. So no, we're going to go ahead and continue on with looking at what we have as our spellcast. Sorry, no.
What if my character can't do math?
Then I hope you do, because your adventuring character shouldn't need to do math unless they need to. They have a high intelligence modifier, then they can do a little bit of math. That's fine. It's not required. So now we're going to spend the time to record all the benefits that we get at a second level, okay? So for me, it's fighting style, spell casting, and divine smite. And I'm just going to write down the footnotes of what each of those give me, okay? And we're basically almost done, so...
What does it mean?
What do you mean?
I see mean. I see.
No, I'm confused. I can't hear what you're saying. I'm sorry.
AC.
Oh, AC. Got it. So, as I've said before...
AC, what does it mean?
Got it. Okay, I got it. So, AC is armor class. So, when someone's attacking you, they're going to roll to hit over your armor class. The higher your armor class is, the harder it is for them to deal damage to you. So, let's say you have plate mail armor. Plate mail gives you an 18 in armor class. Whereas, just regular armor, let's say... Actually, no, hold on. Let's say without armor. If you don't have any armor, you have a 10 plus your dexterity modifier as your AC. So let's say your AC is at 10. I need to roll above a 10 to hit you. And if I roll 11 or higher, I damage you. Whereas if it's plate mail, I need to roll above 19 to hit you, which is a lot harder to do. So higher AC is better, basically.
What armor class is leather?
Armor classes don't level up. It depends on the gear that you have on your character. So that's something that we will discuss at the very end, where we're kind of looking at the certain things that our gear does.
I have leather.
You have leather armor. So from my memory, that's going to be an AC of 14 plus your... Wait, no, is it 14? Hold on. I'm gonna look it up. If you want to look at the items that you get, make sure to go to items, on the wiki dot. And then look at weapons and armor and shields. It gives you this nice little table of what light, medium, and heavy armor gives you. The leather armor is 11 plus dexterity modifier.
What is natural armor class?
10 plus dex. So 10 plus dex. For me, it would just be 10. Because I have a dexterity of plus 0. If I have chainmail, which I do, my armor class is 16. Wearing a shield on your arm gives you a plus 2 in armor class. Which my character has a shield, which means his AC bumps up to 18. So I have a heavy... So, like, my paladin's like a tank paladin. So I have an hit point of 15 and an armor class of 18. But that's kind of like step 5, and we're on step 3 right now. By the way, how's everyone doing? I know that we're a little bit fried right now, but I just want to say thank you for surviving so long. Making characters can be a very grueling process.
It takes a bit.
Yeah, but that's why I said that it'll take a 4-hour
Good thing making a
period.
character is so complicated.
Yeah, but
I'd say my downfall was coming in late.
Yeah, you have a lot of catching up to do.
Yeah.
No, it's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine. The actual character creation
But-
is something that you didn't miss a lot of. It's just like the rules, let's say, like for
Mhm,
example, looking throughout the PowerPoint, there's going to be footnotes as to what you can know, but that's what we discussed, like actions and resting, etc. That's going to be very important for you,
Mhm,
and I can go over that with you and Blue when the time comes.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to join that crash course with Blue.
Yeah,
You lost me a lot during the roll, the dice roll thing.
No, you're good. You're good.
So
It's
I'm
just-
just gonna rewatch the whole stream again.
Yeah, you can see my character bobbing back and forth, just all happy, like listening to everyone's anguish.
I might end stream just so I can like listen to my own music because copyright.
Got it.
Because sitting here in silence is like it's killing me.
No, I'm sorry. It's just because I'm typing things, and I also want to like preserve my voice, because if I were to just talk nonstop for 4 hours straight, I'm gonna be fucked. So like,
Nah, it's not like voices silence. It's like general silence.
got it. I got it.
I can like
I want.
I don't know. It's
Oops.
weird. If there's
I
not
want to
something in
say
the
something.
background happening, say it.
I want to say something, but Frank, you're
Mhm.
gonna get really, really, really pissed at me.
Oh no.
What is it?
Yep. I might have talked to Blue half the process.
Wait, what?
I was talking to Blue, like, half the process, and probably like after the background check thing.
That
All right,
wasn't
that's
too
fine. I mean,
much.
I'm not angry at that. That's fine. I mean, listen. Realistically speaking, we can't play the game until everyone's characters are finished. So like, we're doing today as like the session 0 as to what we're hashing out. But really, like, everyone needs to be ready. So it depends on what you guys want. So I'm not upset at all. It's just we're not going to play D&D on Friday if no one has their character sheets done.
Yeah.
That's the bye.
I think like if we just have today as like our only session, I don't think anyone's gonna like process of next Friday. I think we need to have like another day
need
of
to
like
have,
just
like, a
learning
catch
D&D.
up.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah,
and
just
here's the
Didn't
like-
thing.
we just
yeah.
give them a pre-made character?
Exactly.
That's not the point. That's not the point of D&D. Yes, I can
Yeah.
pre-make characters for other people, but that's not the juicy bit. You know what I mean? You're not gonna learn how to play the game.
I enjoy making my own character because it's more creative. But it would be
Yeah, it's just-
easier.
I love making my character. It's just that it's to the point where we had to do the hit damage and stuff in the roll. It's just so confusing.
Yeah.
Like I
Yeah.
got the background, I got the class, I got everything but now I just have to go in depth of like about the hits and the damage and yeah. So I already made my character. I just need to do everything else.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just being a little bit stubborn because knowing how to make a character right the first time is going to save you a lot of pain and suffering, because I can guarantee you that when my original party had holes in their character sheets, like people were freaking out when they were in boss fights. Like, oh my god, I could do this the whole time. I could have saved your life, and they're like, yeah, you could have, and it's like, whoops, like you can't like you can't like take that back. You know what I mean? Like, oh yeah, I have this new spell that can like win me the game, and it's like I wouldn't know that if I knew how to make my character. Like, I don't want you guys to go through that, which is why I'm like hammering things out like little by little every single time.
And now I feel really, really bad.
Now, don't feel bad. It's fine. And here's the thing: if it makes you guys feel better, I'm kind of tired too. So like, if I'm explaining things wrong, like it's gonna show up on the VOD. It's gonna show up on the archive. Then I'll feel really bad.
Yeah, it's fine.
I'm just kind of half-assing the divine smite part.
Like I was paying attention halfway through when we got to the dice roll thing. That's why I start to zone out, and then talking to Blue, and then yeah.
Alright, so then how about this? Why don't we go ahead and stop creating our character for today, because doing equipment and like items, that's gonna take a little bit of processing, so we can do that on another day. I'll hash out equipment and
Yeah.
items later. So
We should
why
probably do that when we have like Blue and everyone.
yeah, so
Yeah.
So it's less difficult.
And also has to catch up too.
So let's go ahead and do a little bit of role playing then, because I already have part 2 of the door thing ready. If you guys want like a nice little refresher, okay?
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go ahead and introduce the concept of traps. Okay.
Uh-oh.
So
All right.
let's go ahead and set the stage once more. You've just opened
All
up
right.
the door to a strange hallway lit up by green fire. You are now past the gargoyle door. You started making your way down this hallway. I want everyone to roll me a perception check. So perception is a skill that allows you to see something. It is based off of your wisdom score. It's going to be 1d20 plus your wisdom. If you're proficient in your proficiency skill, it's going to be an additional +2, which is what your modifier is. That's what your proficiency modifier is. I want everyone to roll me perception right now. And I'm going to go ahead and call upon some random people. Is that a +16? That's not true.
Yeah, it is.
It's not a +16.
You said wisdom?
Yeah.
Wait,
Yeah.
where?
Yeah, that's the wisdom.
That's your score. That's not your modifier. Your modifier is a +3.
Oh my god, I hate the modifier. I hate it so much.
Having a
Okay,
+16 will allow you to see God. Like, that's really
Where's my
strong.
wisdom? Oh, wait, my wisdom is 1.
Hey, Zena rolled a nat 20.
8. Why is it always so low? Holy shit.
Wait, why do we always roll
Jesus.
8 and 7s? It's only us.
Like Christian said, I've been born with all my luck stats going all the way up, you know?
Nice. Alright, so Rolling a nat 20 and rolling a nat 1 is very important in this game. A nat 1 is a critical failure. That means something bad will happen to you. A nat 20 is a critical success. That means something good is happening to you, okay? So, who rolled over a, let's say, a 15?
Not me.
Not me. It's always Primey and I.
It's always 7 and 8 too.
Alright, so
Eight and
I
seven.
believe that's Oso and Zeno, okay? So both of you, at the very end of this long hallway, you see the wall that you guys are now coming into vision for. The torchlight is barely touching it. You see a small black square in the middle of that hallway, okay?
Okay.
So about 60 feet ahead of you, you see a black square on the wall of that hallway, okay? It's about 3 feet off the ground, so it's about chest level, okay? Zeno, you can see with a nat 20 that instead of a black square 60 feet away, you see the shapings of 9 holes in a square shape across the hallway. Those 9 squares are basically spread out to where you can feel as though that's like a trap of some kind. Like if something will shoot out of it towards you.
Yeah, I don't want to interrupt, but I really need to use the restroom, so I'll be right back.
Yeah, go ahead. That's fine. All right. And real quick, in a normal D&D setting, if a player learns information, it's best to share it with the party. You can choose to withhold information from your party, but I wouldn't do that too much. I would only do it if it's something your character would absolutely do. Keep in mind that
Can
you're
I share
still
it to
working as a
only
team.
those specific persons?
So funny enough, yes, you can, but that's going to be a little process. So unless you have a way to magically do it, you have to whisper to someone, and if you whisper to someone, that's a stealth check. So that's a stealth check contested by someone else's perception to hear it. So 2 people are going to have to roll, basically. Stealth to quietly say something to someone, and then perception to hear it. So you can choose to tell only one person. So that's fine. What do you choose to do?
Tell it to everybody.
Okay.
Oh.
So go ahead and say out loud what I told you then. So like imagine if you're playing the game right now. You're like warning your party.
All right, guys, you hear that? I mean, all right, guys. So I see 9 holes across of me, and I think it's dangerous. I feel like spears are coming. Is going to shoot at us. Yeah,
Feel those
that's all the favors there, guys.
God damn it.
No, that's really good. That's actually really good. So now you've warned the party. So now they have knowledge of what those circles are. Okay.
I was gonna say watch out
Something
for.
could come out of them.
Yeah.
We need to be safe. Fill the hole.
Watch your steps. That's it.
Okay.
I've always
How's he
sacrificed
gonna care about us?
Now, these holes pointing at the party are about 60 feet away. What does the party do? You can ask me questions. You can declare that your character is doing something.
That's more than we can move in one turn.
Can I ask somebody to go and inspect it? No.
Real quick.
No.
Clips,
Okay.
that's a fantastic thing that you just said right there. That is correct. So you're not in combat right now. So really, you can move as much as you want to in this space. But like let's say that the trap also it triggers an encounter. Like let's say like the torches on the walls start to float and now they're monsters. Now they're trying to fly at you and swing at you. Like, then we'll have to stop everything and then roll combat. And then I'll teach you guys how combat works on a later day, not today. But no, that's a good thing that you just said right there. So just keep in mind that you can see farther than you can move in most of cases, okay? That's a really good attention to detail. So now, what does the party do? You're 60 feet away from these holes that are pointing at the party. A long, narrow hallway, so I'll say that only 2 people can be left and right towards each other. So you're kind of walking in a single file line. In a near single file line. Sorry.
I have a wooden shield.
Although, guys,
Can I
you are role playing, so you're
can I
in
use
this.
Ocean as a shield?
What?
Hey! Whoa!
Now hold on. You can't
I
use
go
me
in
as a
front
shield.
and hold it until you figure out what to do.
Okay. 6 holes in a wall. And
So now at least we have a wooden shield between us and the 9 holes.
Yes, and so
Yeah.
the funny part is that's actually one of my homebrew rules. So what you're doing is you're imposing yourself in front of the rest of the party, which is good. So that's something I didn't talk about, but that's what you would do as an impose action. So you're basically saying that if something were to fire at the party, you are declaring that you're going to be in front, like trying to block it, so that only you would be taking like the majority of what is going on.
So what if we put Zeno second then? Since he can see the
Mhm.
furthest.
The 2 people who can see, yeah, Oso's right. The 2 people who can see should be at the front where Eclipse is. Since
So it'd be me and Zeno.
yeah, since Primey and I can't see, we'll stay at the back.
I'm
And
also
you
going to
guys have
give
to
you a
leave.
tiny bit of a hint, okay? So there's perception, which is the ability to see things with your eyes, and investigation, which allows you to feel around for, like, let's say, traps or triggers. So if you say something like, "Oh, I'm going to scout ahead and check for traps," you're rolling investigation. If you're trying to find
Yeah.
the mechanism that fires the traps, or you're trying to look for something that's going to trigger the traps, that's a perception check.
Okay.
Who has high perception?
Who has high perception? Like,
I'm back. Sorry I took so
Okay.
long.
You're good.
you're good. I guess Primey and I can like scout the area even if we can't see anything.
Yeah, let's go.
Alright, so perception or investigation? Are you checking for traps, or are you trying to see with your eyes and find like the triggering mechanism for the traps?
Triggering mechanism.
Okay, so go ahead and roll me perception then. If you're proficient in perception, you can use the help action to give her advantage. That's how the help action works. So who has
So
proficiency in perception that can help her do that? You see how
Let me
everything
check.
do you see how everything kind of like molds in together?
Wait, like, hold on. I'm having a moment. Yeah, I don't think I have that.
I could have chosen perception, but I wanted animal handling and medicine instead.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Saj?
I have insight and persuasion.
Yeah, so that's not perception. So go ahead and roll me a
Yeah.
perception check.
Who?
Ocean, because she wanted to roll perception, correct?
What's the perception check again?
Okay. So
I'm not gonna know these at all, by the way, the dice roll.
trust me, it's
Me neither.
going to be a little bit of a process, but that's why we're learning. I'm teaching you how to play D&D. And then
Right,
the
what's
first
the
session of the campaign is going to be a lot of like tutorial stuff. Going to be talking to people, learning what the roles are, etc. So, perception is a wisdom-based check. What's your wisdom score?
1.
So, that's going to be a 1d20 plus 1. Are you proficient in perception?
Six.
Okay. So, I could say that with the 6, you can't see the triggering mechanism ahead of you.
Damn. Okay.
So you don't know where it is. If
Mhm.
there is one. It's kind of, I'm giving you like a wink nudge that like there is one in this scenario. But your character would look over there and you wouldn't be able to see anything.
Okay.
60 feet away. 9 holes pointing at the party. Long ways. What do you do?
I go feel it. Right? I don't know, man. I don't know. Bro, I don't.
No, it's fine.
I think
So this is the joy of D&D, because in theory, you could just stand here for the rest of the campaign, but like you don't want to. You want to like keep going.
So in
Yeah.
theory, we could walk along the wall, maybe.
Yeah, in theory. You could press yourself against the left or the right side of the wall. But without checking for things, other things might be lurking in the darkness. You don't know. This is what I like to call information gathering. So knowing where to look for information and how to look for information is going to make you guys a safer D&D player.
I have a high wisdom stat.
So go ahead and give me a perception check if that's what your character would want to do. To try to find like this triggering mechanism.
My character wants to fill the holes
And they're 60 feet away.
safely.
Exactly. So so in theory, there could be like magic
I
involved.
can't make it there in one turn.
Exactly. So, like in theory, there could be magic involved. Like, for example, flying. Like at higher levels, you can fly in the air.
And a wolf can only move 40 feet. So I must do the perception check.
All right, sounds good. Go ahead and give me a perception check to see if you can see something. Then, Ocean,
I check for dangers in those holes.
Yep.
What's up?
You're proficient in perception, so you could give Eclipse advantage, which means instead of rolling a 1d20, they're going to be rolling a 2d20. They're going to be taking the highest number.
Okay.
All right. So how do you help them look for it?
That.
So like role play as your character.
Oh God. Energy. Work with me. Okay, how do I help Eclipse? Let's see. I will. Wait. Does Eclipse have the advantage to?
You must
does...
give me your energy and tell me where to look.
I'm
There
trying. Okay. Oh. Well, I can't see anything, right?
This is a lit hallway. So
Oh, it's a lit hallway.
Yes,
Give me a
it's
hint about where I should be looking via roleplay.
yeah. And then I'm gonna help you out here. So Ocean, you've already looked at where you go. Sorry. Oh my God, my brain. You've already done a perception check. So you know that you can't really see that well. You can't really see the triggering mechanism that well, but you've already looked. So what
Mhm.
Eclipse is saying is for you to roleplay like, hey, I've already checked here and here. How about you look right there and try to see if you can see something. Like try to roleplay that out. Or go and just
I
kind of walk over and put your hand on her shoulder and be like, hey, why don't you try looking here instead? Like that's kind of like the help action. You're like role playing you helping them. You know what I
Okay.
mean?
Okay. I guide Eclipse to the wall and tell her to look at this part of the area of the wall to see if there's any traps or mechanism to the traps.
There you go. That's nice.
Right?
Good. You did it. Yay. You did it.
Yay.
Alright, so now go ahead and roll
Yay.
me a 2d20 plus your modifier. You're gonna take the highest one.
33. Jesus.
No, it's gonna be Eclipse only. You're helping
Oh
Eclipse.
shit. Well. Oh, okay.
So that's gonna be a 15, correct?
Yeah.
Alright, so with a 15, you're confident that about 20 feet ahead of you, there's a nice thin line that is going from the left side of the hallway to the right side of the hallway.
I
And
have a plan. But
But
But.
but
I want to see what Xeno and Prime might do.
Oh God.
got it.
I don't even know what's happening.
So
Ah,
basically,
They got
Eclipse?
Prime.
so 20 feet
Eclipse?
Eclipse dragging us down.
20 feet from where you're standing, you see
Mhm.
a tripwire that is kind of glinting
Well,
in the
don't
green of the
step on
light.
that.
With a 15, you also see something odd with the floor ahead of you, but you can't put your finger on it.
Mhm.
So you see a tripwire, and there's something wrong with the floor.
Mhm. Yep.
So what do you guys do?
All
My
right,
anxiety's
Xeno.
gonna rise if I keep on doing this. I don't know.
All right, Xeno. What
Hey,
are we
baby.
doing? Which one of us is taking the L?
I vote
Rock,
for
paper,
Xeno.
scissors? Rock, paper, scissors?
All
No,
right.
wait.
All right. How
By
do
the way,
how do
also
we
you're also here as well. if you want to
yeah.
play too.
Oh, you want to roll the dice? Wait, how about that?
Yeah,
Can we
yeah. Can
roll
we
the
roll
dice?
the
The highest
dice?
number?
Highest number is the sacrifice.
No. No, no,
Okay,
no.
lowest number
Highest
is the
stays live.
sacrifice.
We
Okay, what's
received the information that we see a glint.
I
So
think
we're
it's just
assuming there's a
roll, right?
tripwire.
So
Nope.
Eclipse has confirmed that there is a tripwire 20
Mhm.
feet away from the party. And then about 60 feet away from the party, down the hallway, are 9 holes that look like something shoots out of them.
Mhm.
And real quick, Eclipse, even though you've checked for that information that wasn't technically public, but I'm just doing it for you just to kind of speed things up to where like, oh hey
Oh.
everyone, I see
I
this
won.
20 feet away from everyone. Like, you know, you have to role play it, or you have to like tell people that like the tripwire's there. Otherwise, you're the only person who sees that.
I stare blankly. You all were about to walk into a trap.
There's our plan.
Let's not do that.
Okay, so
How do we get around this wire?
yes, step over it.
Could we disengage the wire?
You can try to disarm it. That's fair, but
Wait,
it's 20 feet away right now.
Mm.
do we have
And
like magic and stuff?
well, you have anything your character sheet has right now. So yes.
All right,
In
let's
theory.
go.
In theory, yeah.
That's not very,
So, like,
that's not a lot.
We didn't hash out
What if we
equipment or
magically
magic.
stepped over the wire?
Well, like, my character is like, the class is like a sorcerer, so like that's like ranged, so I can just like.
And real quick, I also said that there's something wrong with the floor, but you don't really know what it is.
Oh wait! Oh my! Wait, hold on. I need to reread something.
Something wrong with the floor, and there's a
I need to go
Okay.
to the bathroom.
wire about.
Okay,
Right
okay,
back.
okay. All right. I have an idea. So, because I'm so cool, I can do a thing we call levitate, right? I'm not joking. That's just the race thing. So just go over the
That's-
wire and stuff.
Okay, so hold on. Can you tell me what race you're playing again?
The air. God. I will never know how to say it.
Oh, yeah, that's right. The Protoss
Yeah.
people. Hold on. You can levitate at will? That'd be sick. Hold on.
I think so. Hold on. I might be reading it wrong.
Well, let me double check because I know Etherborn. Let's see.
You can
You have
cast
dark
the
vision.
levitate spell once with this trait, requiring no material components, and you regain the ability to cast it this way when you finish a long rest. Constitution is your whatever. Okay.
Wait, time out. Where do
Yeah.
you see this? Because
It's the air Ganassi?
oh, I thought you were the Etherborn. Oh, you're an air Ganassi. Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Okay, hold on. That's gonna change a little bit of things.
Mm-hmm.
You can cast levitate. Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, cool.
Wow.
Yeah, no, that's correct. You can rise
Cool.
vertically up to 20 feet in the air, and you can just kind of suspend yourself there.
Mm-hmm.
And kind of like a balloon, you can like climb on top of the hallway and carry yourself forward. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
something you can do. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm smart.
That's very creative. Okay, so that is something you can do. Do you do it?
Yeah.
Okay. So as of now, you're concentrating on the levitate spell. So you have a 10-minute time limit, and then it'll go away. So now
Lovely.
you see as Primy's character starts to kind of levitate in the air.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll say that this hallway is a very narrow hallway, so it's about 10 feet high. So you can go up maybe 5 feet, and you'll hit the ceiling.
Okay.
So now, what do you want to do?
I wanna go to the other side of the wire,
Okay.
like on the opposite side of everyone else.
So I want you to roll me perception as you do this, as you're making your way across the hallway.
That's that one, right?
And by the way, Karate's asking me if I'm improvising this on the spot. The answer is yes. Yes, I am. In theory, I already had a little bit of a trap made, so I'm not really improvising that, but I have to improvise what my players are doing and how they react to it. So, like, I'm not creating more stuff because Primey decided to use Levitate to beat my trap for now. You know what I mean? Like, that's cheating on my end. But before all this, before I knew what everyone could do, I've made a trap. I improvised that. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Primey, you're suspended 5 feet in the air. You're going across. You're kind of like climbing as though you're playing VR chat. You know,
Mm-hmm.
you're kind of climbing across. What do you see with your perception check?
Can you like explain the hallway to me, because I kind of like missed that whole part?
Okay, so I want you to think about this. It's a green torch-lit hallway extending outwards. You start to walk down this hallway with your party, And then 60 feet from you, you see the end of the hallway. And there is a bunch of holes in the hallway. At the very end of that long hallway. It's like in a 3x3 grid. The holes are pointed down the hallway. So your assumption is that something's going to fire in that direction. Down towards the party if you trigger something. After further investigation, 20 feet from the party is a tripwire. It is glinting in green flame. It is near the ground. And so you don't see anything yet, but when you make a perception check, you're going to see more things.
Alright, I want to look for any more traps that could be like hidden.
Okay, and that's what the perception check is. It's like half revealing the map, kind of like the Theater of the Mind map that we're creating in our heads. And then I'm also going to give you a little bit more information about the traps that you see before you, okay? So what'd you roll?
Yeah, 12.
With a 12, I'll give it to you. So about 10 feet from the party, you see that the floor kind of dips downwards a little bit. You don't really know what it is specifically, but it just looks extremely odd to you. And as you're making your way down and past the tripwire, you can see with your vision that the hallway curves to the right, past those holes.
Alright. So then, can I tell the party?
Go ahead. What do you say?
Alright.
Real quick,
God.
if you feel tired, there's a cheat way of doing it. You could just say, "All right, I'm going to inform the party of what you told me," and then that everyone can immediately bloop like know it.
Alright, yeah, let's do that. I'll try when we're like actually playing.
Yeah, exactly. It's a lot harder when you're trying to form it in your own words. So like, I'm definitely like I like doing the cheat way where like, okay, I'll let the party know what's going on, and then that's like my way of explaining it to everyone. So no, the rest of the party knows what Primey sees. The hallway continues to bend towards the right, and that there's something wrong with the floor 10 feet away from you. You continue to move down the hallway.
Yes.
All right. And you don't need to roll perception to see this, but as you get closer, you can see that there's arrows resting in the center of these large holes. 9 of them in total. And you look to your right, you see another torchlit room ahead of you. But it's barred by a closed door. It looks like an iron door. But there's a little slit at the very top where you can see into the inside of it.
Okay, where do the arrows point?
Towards the party, like down the long hallway.
Okay. I'm gonna stop where I am and then let the party know to try and make their way towards me.
Okay.
Yep. So that room seems like a bad idea.
Yes, you definitely want to have your
Don't
entire
need
party.
to tell me twice.
Yeah, so you definitely want to have your entire party where you're at before you continue.
Yes.
So now people can freely do things right now. So what's going on?
I come over to hang out with Primey.
Hold on, how do you do that? You just walk down the hallway? You see,
I'm so scared to go down the hallway.
You see, you gotta be careful about what you say, Eclipse, because there's a difference between wanting to do something and actually doing it.
Oh.
Okay, so we've established that there's a tripwire. I would like to run and jump over the tripwire. How about that?
Okay. I want you to be specific with me. How do you do it? So like let's assume that you can
Mhm.
travel up to a maximum of 30 feet, okay?
Mhm.
You run and jump at the 15-foot mark, jumping over the 20-foot
You're making
mark.
us think real hard about this one.
I know, there's a reason why. Or do you want to jump sooner or later than that?
We said the tripwire was how far?
20 feet away.
20 feet?
Yeah, and keep in mind, your character moves in 5-foot squares.
Why are you making jumping sound so complicated?
It's not complicated. I'm asking you, when do you jump? So, okay, so visualize
17, 17.
Around 17? Okay, that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
I want you to make me a dexterity saving throw. As you're running straight, and about 10 feet where Primey saw the floor boating is a pitfall trap. And as you run forwards 10 feet, you trigger the trap, and the floor catches you as you start to fall. I want you to make me a dexterity saving throw.
Okay.
So, what's your dexterity?
Oh, it's an 11. Okay, cool.
So that's going to be a +0, I believe. So I want you to roll me a... So I think paladins are not proficient in dexterity saves. So I want you to just roll me a 1d20. Oh Lord, here it comes. All right.
Wait.
Oh,
Wait.
no.
Can I do something?
It would be extremely hard to do something right now, but
Okay. So I'm still levitating, right?
yes, but you're also like 40 feet away from him, and you're high in the air right now.
Well, like, is speed like a thing in the air? Like,
nope.
How does that work?
It's okay. It's okay. Don't worry.
Nope. Unfortunately, this is happening like simultaneously, so like it just happens. So if someone was right next to you, maybe I could constitute someone having a reaction to this, but no one's near you right now, so this is gonna happen. So you're going to take 2 bludgeoning damage as you fall 10 feet and you hit the ground at the very bottom of the pitfall trap.
Ouch.
Now, keep in mind, I could have had this spiked. I could have had acid at the bottom of this. So I'm being incredibly nice by just making it empty. So you fall 10 feet, and now you're in a 10-foot hole. And this metal kind of grate is just kind of swinging now. About 15 feet away. Sorry, about 10 feet away from the party.
So right above the pitfall?
No, so keep in, so visualize it. Hallway. 10 feet forwards, there's a pit now.
Right.
That goes down 10 feet.
And I'm in that pit.
You're in the pit, yes.
And the metal grate that's swinging is...
It's just the cover of what the pit looks like. So the very top of it seems like it's like covered in a thin layer of cobblestone that looks similar to the ground. But you stepping on it triggered it to where now you can really see that like it's like a hatch, let's say.
Oh, okay. Yes,
So,
I visualize.
So now that hatch is swinging downwards towards you, and you're stuck in a 10-foot hole. What does the rest of the party do? I mean, I'll say that you're like next to the holes. I'll say, like 5 feet in the air. It's like near the ceiling.
Zeno?
Well, looks like he's stuck in the hole now. Brr. Alright, does anyone
I
want to
don't
help
have
this
any
boy?
good skill to pull him out.
Okay, so that's good. So how do you pull him out?
We can make a human chamber.
Alright,
Plus some ability to make something long.
Orders and you'll have a rope.
Or that.
most adventuring gear, you do have rope, so this is not like a big deal. You just throw a rope down there and pull him up. So let's assume you have rope in this case. Okay, that's actually a very good point that you made. Like 99% of D&D characters have rope and rations, torches. So everyone has, let's say, 50 feet of rope on them. As
I
part
have
of
an
their gear.
explorer's pack.
Yeah, so that means you have about 50 feet of hemp rope, I believe. It's kind of like the kind of fray type of rope, you know what I mean?
Poggers hemp 420 blaze it.
All right, so you put the rope into the hole, and I assume you're holding onto the rope 2 hands, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Who else wants to hold the rope?
I'll do it.
You sound so done.
I am.
Help, guys.
You're almost done. You're almost done.
Am I? Alright.
Alright, so I will say that
Team building exercise.
yeah, it's team building, it's team building. So now I will say that with the help of Ocean and Eclipse, that they don't even need to roll to hold the rope. And you just climb up 10 feet, and now you're back up on the other side of the hole. So you can make a 5-foot jump and just yump it. But I want you to roll me perception as you go ahead and climb up the rope, though.
Okay. Which would be wisdom, right?
Yes.
Okay. Which would end up being 0 anyways. Roll 12.
12?
Yeah.
All right, I'll give it to you then. So as you're climbing up this rope, being held by your friends, you look behind you and you see that there seems to be something else weird about this floor. Like ahead of you, the floor is lifted a little bit. And climbing up the pitfall trap that you were in, you can see that there's a nice, thin, dark line, like a shadow, as if there's a plate of some kind right in front of you. So if you were to think 10 feet,
so like a plate on the other side of the hole.
Yes. So so it's like 10 feet. There's the pitfall trap. On the 15 feet square, there's something there, like some kind of plate that is being suspended up. And we call those in the business pressure plates. So there's a pressure plate and the 15-foot mark.
I get bored and turn into an ether fox and parkour off the walls.
I'm sorry. In theory, yeah, you can do that if you're a druid. You can shapeshift into a little fox. Like a nice Fubuki fox. You could just kind of turn fox and do whatever you want. I want to see if foxes have long jump. 1 second.
Hey guys, pressure plate yabai.
Yeah, pressure plate is yabai. Foxes don't have any kind of additional jump distance, but they are adorable to look at.
Dang.
I mean, look at this little picture of a little fox boy. That's adorable.
Now I want to play Minecraft.
Minecraft?
Oh no.
Never
Minecraft
mind
server?
then. No fox parkour.
Awesome. There's a creeper 40 feet behind you.
Oh no!
Oh no. Let it blow up, please. And my misery.
So there's a pressure plate in front of us and a creeper behind us.
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
-1 immersion points.
In theory, as a dungeon master, I could do that, but I'm not mean. I'm not an asshole, so
You
I'm not
broke
gonna do
my
that to you.
immersion, bro.
Yeah, I know. The immersion.
Is someone willing to get Java for me, actually? I'm just kidding.
All right,
Okay.
so no, you see a pressure plate 15 feet away from you. What do you do?
Step on it.
In theory,
I am now out of the hole.
yes.
From where I ran into the hole, and 15 feet ahead, there's a pressure plate.
So now it's about 10 feet away. So think about it.
Mm-hmm.
You're at point 0.
Mhm.
5 feet in front of you, there is a pitfall trap.
Right, and then 10 feet in front
exactly
is a pressure plate.
Yeah. So in theory, if you have high strength, you could yump it, but that's not going to help the rest of the people.
I do have high strength.
Yeah. So it's called a running long jump, but I'll explain that later. It's in the PowerPoint.
Unfortunately, I don't know or think the rest of the party does.
Yes.
Which means we have to figure out how to either deactivate the pressure plate or find a way around it.
Yeah, and because people are getting tired, and because it's 10 minutes till midnight, let's go ahead and try to speedrun this a little bit. So your options are to either jump it, which you would have to figure out how to, shepherd the rest of the party over, trigger the trap, and hope it doesn't hit any of you by pressing on the pressure plate, or hovering the bottom of the hole of the pressure plate to where it won't compress and activate the trap. So you can go ahead and fill that hole with something so that the pressure plate doesn't fall on it. Or if you have let's say thieves tools, you can try to disarm it by just taking off the plate, stepping around where the actual mechanism clicks.
I do not believe I have.
That's fine.
I may be a rogue, but I'm not a thief, so I don't have mechanics for that.
Yeah, that's totally fine.
I have no tools actually.
So your options right now are to either fill it, jump it, or press it.
Might as well just jump it.
Well, yeah, but how will I bring you, Eclipse, Zeno? Premi's already on the other side. She's chilling.
Yep.
If we step on it, might be a chance that we might die or get hurt.
I'm assuming. Okay, this is my thing. I'm assuming that the pressure plate is for the arrows, because the arrows have just been.
Get over the plate.
We put something on top of the plate, Eclipse?
Sure.
I'm sorry, I thought that's what he said.
I have my shield.
Oh, right.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, okay.
Sorry about that. I kind of stepped away for a little bit. So what are you guys doing?
Eclipse said she has a shield. Now I have an idea.
Yeah.
So hypothetically speaking, could I carry Eclipse on my back, yump it, then have her hold the shield against the arrows, and then I just go back for Zeno and Ocean?
What about Primy?
Well, Primy's already chilling on the other side.
In theory, yes.
Mm-hmm.
That is a creative way of solving this. That is correct. So, the hallway isn't really that high, but if you're careful, you can go ahead and do a running long jump with someone else on top of you. That is fair. You can do that.
I could go back and grab Zeno and Ocean.
Yeah, and then you'll just be like a human monkey bar where you hold onto the top of the ceiling and then have your arm down, kind of swing people across.
Well, technically the weight wouldn't really matter because I could just stay in the sky. So whatever.
Technically speaking, it does. Levitate has like a 500-pound maximum, I believe, before you start
That'd be
forcibly
fine.
come down. But yeah, I don't think anyone has a gear of 500 or more on them. So yeah, so you can use yourself as a human monkey bar.
Yeah,
All right.
that sounds like a good idea.
I think
Save
yeah.
options.
Exactly. And here's the thing: being creative in D&D is what makes it fun, because then that allows you to go and like solve this situation. You know what I mean? Like the only thing that I had planned was a 3-step trap. You have your pitfall trap, you have a pressure plate past the pitfall trap, and then you have a tripwire which activates like the arrow slits from across the hallway. And so, like me as a DM, I already have the stage set. You know what I mean? Try me using a
Mhm.
spell, just bypass the whole thing. But you learned a valuable lesson. You have to bring the rest of your party with you. You know what I
I
mean?
just did it to investigate.
And yeah, that's totally fine. So there's multiple steps of D&D where you'll have to have these like team building puzzles that will eventually go and lead into like safely traversing the game together. It's not just about combat. It's not just about like talking to someone. Like there's a world out there with things.
I get bored again and turn into a spider and crawl around the plate.
Oh yeah, you can do that.
And yeah, exactly. But no, we're gonna go ahead and end things here for now because you basically all solved the puzzle, and on top of it, we have 3 people who are well, actually no, we have 2 people who are kind of done for today.
Yay.
Yeah, my head's kind of dying right now.
Yeah, that's fine.
I feel like I just attended a class that it was presentation day and I had to cram it all in the class.
It's my night class all over again, but on Fridays.
Well, I'm glad
Yeah.
because you know, like I said, it took me about 9 hours yesterday to make this entire PowerPoint. And so being able to hash it out with you guys for about 4 hours today, that's a win in my book.
I would have done it for longer if we started earlier, but because we
Same.
started later, it was a lot harder.
No, that's
Yeah.
fine. That's fine. But
It
no,
was
so
great. Good game.
thank you.
Mhm.
So no, we'll go ahead and continue on with like part 2 of character creation, which will be weapons, gear, like basically shopping. You're gonna be shopping, and
Yeah.
then
Woo!
Yay, shopping spree!
yeah, that should be fun. And then
Yay.
all the homebrew rules that I have as well, which you guys can already pre-read. Which, if you want to do that before next Friday, then go ahead, be my guest. But there's a lot of new stuff there that isn't built into the game, so there might be some question marks in chat from people who've already been playing the game.
Damn.
No, do you guys have any pros, cons, questions, or concerns? Because next time, I want to spend like maybe 2 hours on character creation, and then we're gonna spend 2 hours like starting the campaign. I want to start Curse of
Oh,
Strahd next time we
Jesus.
play it.
Yeah. Oh god.
Oh my god. Okay.
It probably won't be that bad because we don't have to do the whole thing.
Yeah, it's
A lot of
literally
peop-
shopping, writing down what you're buying, and then that's it. That's literally it. And then catching up everyone else who missed
I want
things.
to start my gothic romance.
Eclipse's gothic romance arc.
I just
think
gotta.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say I'm gonna review like the hit damage and the roll for the dice all over again.
And by the way,
So
anyone can text me this as well. So like, if you need help making your character sheet, just hey Frank, how do I do this again? And then I'll just text you the answer. Just plug and chug it. Just write it down.
All right.
all right.
I think I got everything down.
That's good. That's good. But no, D&D, as you can tell, has a lot of nuances to it. But once you know it, it's not that difficult. It's literally just, hey, you're in a hallway, go. So like, that's why some campaigns have like a guide character, which I'll play. I can roleplay with you guys. This guide character can give suggestions to kind of like push you along the way. So, if I feel like the Curse of Strahd campaign is too sandboxy, where people are just standing in like the open square for like 2 hours straight, I'll make sure to, nudge you guys in the direction, where it's not just ambient. Having direction's good, but Curse of Strahd has a lot of sandboxiness, so just be careful about that, okay? Like I gave you guys a hallway. Imagine being in a town.
Oh no.
But what if the
Mm.
square is really nice?
I
Very
mean, yeah,
true.
that's true. True, but I think Strahd would eventually get bored, come down, and just blow you up.
Uh,
Where are these
that would
people?
be unfortunate.
But no, just TLDR. We are going to be playing Curse of Strahd. I want characters to be finished on Friday, and we're going to do 2 hours before we start doing the Curse of Strahd campaign, so that we can go ahead and double check our character sheets, make sure that everyone's where they need to be. Okay?
Whoa.
When is the test?
Seriously.
Damn it.
Seriously, the test is literally playing the game. And then anytime you go, ooh, I mean, and then I tell you the answer, it's like, that's kind of the test, you know what I mean? Like, perception checks, what's the modifier for perception?
Wisdom.
There you go. That's, like, I can guarantee you, it took someone 2 months to figure that out. When I was teaching them the first time. Like,
Smart polar bear.
so like little information like that is good to know. So if you have any questions, let me know. But as of now, you guys are good to go. I have to read the Curse of Strahd campaign and get the very beginning of it done by Friday.
Could I get a personal tutoring session before then?
That's totally fine. And like I said, text me, make some time. I'll be there. As long as I'm not streaming.
I'll try to see if Go ahead. Go ahead. Go.
No, look, my bad, Ocean. I was just gonna say that my downfall was definitely not being here on time, but I had to go sell my car basically.
No, you're good. You're good. And like I said, if people aren't here, like every single session, like that's fine as well. As long as we have the majority of people here, I'll just continue to play D&D on Fridays. Does that make sense, everyone?
Yeah,
Yeah, sounds good.
I'm a little bit tired right now.
All right.
Has anyone checked on Zeno? Is he dead?
Zeno!
We kind of just assume he's alive.
Anyway,
All right.
Zeno.
So I want everyone to have a good night. To everyone else who's in each other's streams, go ahead and support your other content creators. They deserve it. They're awesome people. We're all friends here. By all means, have fun.
Hi.
Learn new things. We have Oso, Eclipse.
Thank you for teaching us.
Hey, no problem. Oso, Eclipse, Primey, Zeno, Ocean, and then me, FranksterGankster. So by all means, spread the love a little bit. Go ahead and check each other's streams out. Make sure that you check out Oso on YouTube because he streams on YouTube. So go on there. Make sure you're on there instead of Twitch, okay? It's important for him.
Stream.
Yeah,
thank you.
Doesn't stream.
I don't stream, so
you do now. Anyways,
first.
You can support Ocean by joining her Discord.
Yeah. Yeah, join her Discord. Yeah. I know. I hope everyone has a good night. Next time we come on Friday, we'll go on a little shopping spree. I'll tell you guys some custom rules, and then we're gonna start Curse of Strahd on Friday. Let's go!
Whoa!
You guys seem so excited.
I think everyone's just tired at this point.
Hey, no problem. But no, I'm turning off my stream now. Good night, everyone.